certified.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today, 919-200-4000. That's 919-200-4000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Need CPAP supplies fast? I'm Brandon Giggling, president of Parkway Sleep Health Centers, and we are the Triangle's top sleep provider, offering quick access to the equipment you need for better sleep. Get the right supplies right when you need them. With over 20 years of experience, our expert team is here to help you sleep better, sooner.
Discover why so many trust Parkway Sleep Health Centers for better sleep. Visit parkwaysleep.com now and start your journey to a healthier night's sleep. Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Sound sleep. Sound health.
A pepperoni pizza for the table. May I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Handy Hugo's has a refreshing deal. 2 1-liter Pepsis for just $3. Quench your thirst at Handy Hugo's today.
Every year across America, a staggering 4.2 million youth are homeless or trafficked. Covenant House is the national leader providing safe housing for youth, 50 years strong. Help us fight youth homelessness. Go to covenanthouse.org.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy?
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm attorney Brian Richie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at richielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Increasing clouds, a nice warm afternoon with a high of 82. Overnight tonight, we drop down to 67, and a line of thunderstorms develops between 3 and 4 a.m. and crosses the area during the morning commute, moves out around 7 or 8, and there could be some severe storms along with that line. Later in the afternoon, variably cloudy, 87, and a chance of a storm.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 265 points at 42,526.
Back for Gotts' pair. Oh, game over! Series over! Sebastian Aho wins it! Right point. Slavin with a chance. They score! They score! In overtime! Jacob Slavin lets it go from the point, and Carolina has taken game number 1. Svechnikov, he'll get it right back from Walker, and he scores! A sharp angle! Andrei Svechnikov, he beats Thompson.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. I'm Tim Donnelly. Dennis Cox here with me. And here is not the studio. Here is the studio for today. We are outside the Lenovo Center, the site of Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, between the higher-seeded home Carolina Hurricanes and the visiting Florida Panthers.
Boo!
I'm excited it's the Panthers.
Me too.
I'm excited it's the Panthers. I think the Canes wanted them. I think they've been stalking them. I think they've been hunting them ever since 2 years ago. I think they've been circling this one, hoping it happened, and it's here. This is The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. Graham Hill's back at the studio keeping us up and running. It is a great day for a Game 1. The story of tonight. We have 4 hours of show today. We're gonna talk every different angle. We're gonna look at the matchup. We're gonna look at the atmosphere. We're gonna look at the decisions. Who's available? Who's not? The story. I can boil it down to 3 words. Just get one. Just get one. Defend home ice. You can't win the series tonight, but you can win one, right? You can't win the series. You can't win the cup tonight, but you can win Game 1. You can end the talk, the narratives about the last 3 Eastern Conference Finals that the Canes have been to. You can end the talk about how it went 2 years ago. You can end the talk. You can end those stories. You can end those questions. You don't have to be asked about it again if you just get one, right? If you just get one. It's as coaching cliche as you get, right? Just go 1-0 today. Just get better, right? Just one step. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. You can do all of that, but I don't know if it's ever been more true than right now, right? Because to say like don't use the cliches and then go right into the cliches. You are so close, but also so far. Right? We're having these talks around the office, and there is a certain, I don't know, assumption or comfortability talking about, is it Dallas or Edmonton? There's a certain comfortability talking about what would it mean if, when in actuality, none of that matters. It means very, very little if you don't get the first one, and then the second, and then the third, and the fourth, and you can't do it in anything but that order. You can't win. You can't take a 3-0 lead tonight, right? You can't win the third one yet. All you can do is win Game 1. You're going to hear me say that a lot today. There's nothing to save for. There's no reason to keep ammunition in the holster, right? Smoke them if you got them style game today for the Canes. And part of that is because of what happened the last 2 times these teams met in the Eastern Conference Finals and where these 2 teams have gone since that moment, right? 2 years ago, Canes, Panthers, Eastern Conference Finals. We'll even go all the way to Game 1, right? Game 1, 4 overtimes. That's about as even a matchup as you can get, right? If you're going to 4 overtimes, those 2 teams are playing almost identical level of hockey.
Game that almost took 6 hours to play.
Ended at 2 a.m. in the morning, 1:45, whatever it was. Matthew Tkachuk scores the goal. Panthers win. Since then, Panthers not only made it to the Stanley Cup Finals in that year, they come back the next year, do it again, win the Stanley Cup. They're back here now for a 3rd time. Canes lose to the Rangers last year, 2nd round, retool a bit, come back. There is something to be said for how important Game 1 is in both of their trajectories, because Game 1 set the tone for the Panthers, right? They were winning close games, and they did. They won 4 close games. It was a 4-0 sweep with a 4-goal differential.
Yeah.
Just
2 games in overtime.
2 games in overtime, 1 settled in the last 5 seconds. So there's, literally the smallest of margins, but that Game 1 set the tone. So if we extrapolate, using big words today, if we extrapolate, there's probably some like middle school vocabulary teachers out there like, not that big word, Tim. Don't pat yourself on the back too.
Right. Welcome back to 7th grade.
If we extrapolate from that, tonight could be the tone setter in a way that you feel it through the rest of the series. Tonight could be the tone setter in a way that you feel it over the next 2 seasons and perhaps beyond. It is that kind of a deal. It is important, and I'm looking forward towards super high-stakes hockey here at the Lenovo Center.
And talking to guys in the locker room, especially on Sunday after they practice, they understand, this is before they even knew they were playing Florida, is that they understand that the opportunity that they have in Game 1 to jump on whomever that opponent was. Because, they're only getting 1 day rest. That's it. You literally get a day off between games and you go. Now you can sit there and say at this time of year, hey, you know what? You're in that routine of playing every other day, and you just kind of keep that that routine going if you're Florida. But Carolina is like, oh, we're rested, 4 days, ready to go. Pounce on the team, especially when you have them at home. They just had to go play a Game 7 that they probably didn't expect to play since the Florida Panthers were up 3-2 at home.
Yep.
And lost 2-0. And then they had to still go on the road. But yeah, they have all the opportunity in the world. Like, go jump on this team right from the get-go.
With an 8 p.m. puck drop scheduled for tonight here at the Lenovo Center. When the game starts, I believe the Panthers will be I don't pretend to be a math whiz, something like 45 and a half hours from when they were not even the full 48, since they were on the ice playing hockey, and they had to travel, and they had to get whatever they could of a scouting report on the Canes ingested and understood. Meanwhile, the Canes have been living a different life, right? They were ahead of things as far as getting a half scout at least on the Panthers going into Game 7, resting, home, didn't have to travel, getting off their legs. So yeah, jump on them. As far as, what I say, Game 1 being a tone setter, you could argue like the boil it down, first period being a tone setter for Game 1, which will be the tone setter for the series. And even further down than that, right? Like, you want your first shift to be a statement towards the Panthers on the ice that, oh, geez, they've got energy, don't they? Right? Okay, we're playing one of these teams, and I mean, to be quite frank, and I actually think this is going to be one of the interesting storylines throughout the entire series. A lot of what the Panthers want to do is to their opponent is what the Canes want to do to their opponent.
Very similar mentality, similar identity.
And I have some stats to back that up.
Okay.
In the 82 game regular season, the Canes registered 2,598 shots. Okay, sounds
shot attempts. Or just,
yeah,
shots on goal.
Yeah, I believe it's shots on goal. The Panthers registered 2,589.
Okay,
they are within 10 shots of each other after 82 games. The Canes have this reputation as they're all willy-nilly. They just let everything go. They don't ever wait. If that's true, the Panthers are right there with them. They're 9 shots behind over an 82-game season. Canes were 22nd in the league in shooting percentage. Florida was 28th in shooting percentage. So they're both high volume, maybe less quantity over quality style shooters, right? Which is extremely different than the Capitals, which the Canes just got done playing. The Caps in that same term, they were, again, I got the notes here. They shot the highest percentage in the league.
Yeah.
But they were down below 20th in total shots. So Freddie playing so great, but one thing Freddie didn't do was face a high volume of shots, right? We do our little make our picks segment. There's quite a few of the under on saves faced by Freddie was very good to us once we established what the rhythm of the series was going to be. That's, I believe, not going to be the case today because the Panthers mimic the Canes in more ways than the Caps do as far as philosophy. So when it comes to two teams, high energy, a lot of shots, want to press, want to go, want to run. If you are not taking advantage of a rest advantage that you have, a rest benefit that you have, it doesn't make any sense, right? So, if the Canes are normally playing in since we're in the audio market, the audio industry, right? They're normally listening to podcasts on 1.5 speed.
Yeah.
Go 2.0.
Go 2.0.
like listen to it extra quick. Sound like one of the singing chipmunks for a little bit, right? If you can establish that and make Florida start to breathe in and out a little bit more than they pant a little bit more, suck wind, if you will, a little bit more than they're used to, that's one way you can get an advantage over a very good Florida Panthers team.
And it's also what you do, not only Game 1, Game 2, that is going to benefit you. Hopefully, if you jump on them right away, make them chase you, make Florida chase you. That's going to pay dividends if you do get to Game 6 and Game 7. That's when, or even Game 5, that's when Florida should really be feeling their legs like 1,000 pounds. And we've seen Carolina in both series outskate their opponents. Florida can skate. Florida can skate. But that extra rest, you have to use that to your advantage.
Yeah, without being complimentary. I mean, without being overly complimentary of your opponent. You respect your opponent, you don't fear your opponent, all that stuff. There's a reason why the 4 teams playing are still playing.
Yeah.
You're not going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals playing against San Jose, right? I don't know why they were the one.
Yeah, I don't know why them.
Ricochet shots.
Yeah. I'm playing Buffalo.
Buffalo. There you go. That might have been a better example. Either way, you're not playing any of those. You're playing the Florida Panthers, and they've been here the last 3 years. They won the Cup last year. You got to go ahead and beat some really good teams. And I look forward to the opportunity tonight. I wish there was something like. And by the way, if you're coming out to the game, if you're going to be at the Lenovo Center, we're out here. Stop by, say hi. Right? I want like bruised knuckles and sore palms from high fives and fist bumps and all that stuff out here on the plaza. If you're going to the game, you can like literally impact the game, right? You can send your energy, lend it to the team, right? With energy and everything else, with cheering and getting loud and all that kind of stuff. If you're not, like, I wish there was something we could do because I'm that hyped. I'm like, you need me to take a puck off the leg? Like, let's go. Like, I want to like find a Florida media member here and be like, that's it, me and you on the ice, one-on-ones, let's go. Like it's that kind of energy in playoff hockey, and it should be. If we're being real, it should be. And if I feel like that, just imagine Martinook. Just imagine those guys. Just imagine the energy. Mr. Svechnikov. Just imagine the drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is 3:15. This game's not till 8.
Yeah,
we might have to
pace yourself here.
Might have to pace ourselves a little bit as well. Speaking of, right, we'll cover it from both ways: the emotion, the energy, getting loud, getting excited. But also there's some X's and O's decisions to be made, some availability decisions to be made. The lines that they skated with at morning skate tonight have made a bit of a headline. There's some conversations going on. We'll break down those conversations coming up next right here on The Drive on 99.9 The Fan. Don't go anywhere.
Need more Stanley Cup chatter, Canes fans? Listen afternoons at 12:15 and 4:15 for our Cup check-in. Served up by Carolina Ale House. Adam Gold talks with hockey's best, past and present, bringing you the latest insight on the chase for Lord Stanley's Cup. It's the Cup check-in on 99.9 The Fan. Served up by Carolina Ale House. Come to Carolina Ale House Cary for away game watch parties throughout the playoffs, or visit carolinaalehouse.com/Canes.
Make your next tailgate more electric when you plug into a new Ford F-150 or Super Duty truck. Not only do they light up the scoreboard with outstanding payload and towing numbers, with available Pro Power on board, you can turn these Ford trucks into mobile generators to give your tailgate party an extra boost of energy. Visit your Carolina Ford dealer or buyfordnow.com for great offers and to learn more about F-150 and Super Duty. See Owner's Manual for important operating instructions.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
1,000 times, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Dear McDonald's, your breakfast menu? Fire. 10s across the board. I could be happy with anything, even though I order the same thing every time. Thanks for not judging me. I'll try something new next time. Maybe.
Get your faves for less. Buy a sausage McMuffin with egg for $2.50. Add any size Sprite for $1.49. Price of participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
If you think you or someone close to you is having a stroke, we have 2 words for you. Be fast. B for balance, E for eyes, F is in face, A for arms, S for speech, T for time to call 911. Look for changes in balance, vision, or speech, weakness in one arm, a drooping face. Learn the signs at wakemed.org/stroke, because every second counts.
Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night, wondering how you got so behind? Hey, I'm Roger Moore, CEO of Loan Pronto. I get it. Life is expensive now. Insurance, groceries, cars. And then there's the credit card debt with those obscene interest rates. It's time to regain your financial freedom. And that's what we offer at Loan Pronto, using the power of the equity in your home. We have multiple ways to get you the cash you need, and most clients close in 2 weeks or less, and many don't even require an appraisal. And listen, rates have been plummeting recently. We just locked a homeowner in with an APR in the low fives, saving her over $1,000 per month, and put $10,000 in her pocket. Life-changing money. Whether you're drowning in debt, have a nosebleed rate you got last year, need home improvements, or simply need cash in your pocket, we can help you accomplish this goal in record time. Call us today and get started with no hard credit pull, just a conversation. LoanPronto.com, 919-381-1760. LoanPronto.com. That's LoanPronto.com.
Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Now Jarvis, he'll drop this one. Off the catch and go rebound. He scores! Seth Jarvis on the doorstep, pounds it home, and it's 2-0 Carolina.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, live outside the Lenovo Center, home of the Carolina Hurricanes, and the location for tonight's Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals Stanley Cup playoff matchup between those very same Carolina Hurricanes and the visiting Florida Panthers. It is hockey weather outside.
Yeah.
I want that to be clear.
Absolutely.
Is it sunny? Yes. Is it hot? Yeah. We'll be checking up with Campbell, WRAL meteorologist, later in the show to make sure that it's going to stay this way. Yes, we will. But I don't care what anybody tells you from one of those snobby hockey towns up north. Canes has some pretty sweet tailgate weather, and I call it hockey weather.
Right.
Before everybody runs inside and watches some really good ice hockey.
Southern hockey weather, baby, can't beat it.
You really can't. Why would I want to be miserable when I can be comfortable?
Right.
Think about that. Food for thought. Here's some more serious conversation. Morning skate this morning. There was some I don't even want to call them shakeups because it's reactions to a potential injury. But Jalen Chatfield missed Game 5 of the second round against the Caps after tweaking something near the end in Game 4. That's kind of the extent of the injury knowledge that we have.
Was already battling something from our understanding even before that.
With that, Alexander Nikishin, brand new to the Canes, been there with the team about a month, but had not appeared in any games. Super duper prospect for multiple seasons, had been considered the best defenseman not in the NHL, coming over from the KHL in Russia. He drew in for Game 5 and had what would make sense if your NHL debut were a closeout opportunity in an NHL postseason second round game, an up and down day. So today, Jalen Chatfield's still up in the air, right? We don't know if he's going to play. Rod Brindamore, the head coach, has kind of been vague, I guess is the way to say it, saying game time decision, maybe downgraded. He wants to play. We've heard a bunch of different things, nothing definitive. But at morning skate, Chatfield was skating with Nikishin. Scott Morrow was skating in what we would believe would be the slot that would get the call if Chatfield couldn't go.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Scott Morrow, for those of you that don't know, is another rookie. He did appear in 14 games earlier this year, none in the postseason as of yet. It becomes he has been with the club for a year after playing his college hockey at UMass. Did appear in 2 games right at the end of last season, last 2 games of the regular season. That's an interesting little decision that Rod Brindamore has to make. I do want to throw one grain of salt at everybody right now. So you all get one grain of salt. There was a point in time where we were discussing on a game day, Game 5, whether Chatfield would play. And it seemed like all of our tea leaf reading said he was going to play because he skated in the morning. He had played through the injury seemingly for a little bit. So we weren't really anticipating Alexander Nikishin would have played in that game. Then as soon as we sign off, Rod Brindamore joins Adam Gold during Stormwatch, and Adam's tweeting out, Rod just told me that Alexander Nikishin is likely to play.
Yeah.
So we can read all the tea leaves now. The Canes don't have to tell us anything, right? And they don't have to tell the media anything until the last possible second. And why would they with the Panthers, preparing? So this could all be for naught, and maybe Chatfield plays, right? And we're getting the reverse of what we got last time.
Rob Brindamore, actually, Graham, we can pull that audio up. Rob Brindamore did talk about why Scott Morrow would give the opportunity to play again, if Jalen Chatfield can't go, here's Rod Brindamore this morning after morning skate.
Well, he's been around a little longer, knows our system a little better than I think Nicky does, and he played well when he came up. So, there's a righty-lefty. It does matter a little bit. So those little things help, and I think he's earned the right to have a shot. So we'll see.
So that was Rod Brindamore talking about Scott Morrow perhaps over Nikishin.
Yes.
That obviously all goes out the window if Jalen Chatfield is healthy enough, effective enough, and they decide to roll with the veteran, which I believe if he is anything near being Jalen Chatfield would be the logical answer. Here's Rod Brindamore on Chatfield's status.
More than likely. I'd still call him probable. We're still debating it, but I think it was a good sign that he was out there, and whether he, ready to go, that'll be determined here shortly. But good sign that at least he's out there with us.
So there you go. That's the information we're given. That's about as definitive in any direction as we've gotten. Here's the question for me, looking at Morrow versus Nikishin, with the underlying thought that I truly believe in a big way that if Jalen Chatfield can play and can be effective, you play him. I think they missed him in Game 5. I think he is a underrated, low-key, really, really important part of the Canes.
Especially the penalty kill. That's where you definitely notice his absence.
Absolutely. And not just the kill, but I would say you're right on that being the most obvious. Yeah. The point I want to bring up on Nikishin versus Morrow is Morrow speaks the language, right?
Yep.
Nikishin right now is I don't even know if struggling is the word. He hasn't been in America that much.
Yeah, been a month.
He doesn't speak English. I'm sure he is picking things up, and I'm sure he is working at it, but it's not the easiest thing to do in the world. And he hasn't been in the Cane system more than a month. Meanwhile, Scott Morrow has been a year plus. He has played in 16 regular season games with the Canes, and all of the other experience he has is in the AHL with the Chicago Wolves, where you are playing in the same system.
Yeah, you're running the same thing.
So the question that Rod Brindamore has to answer in a Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, if Chatfield can't go, is Scott Morrow's familiarity and ability to communicate better with his teammates on the ice enough to overcome the size, skill, shooting, whatever you want it, like the physical advantages that a prospect like Alexander Nikishin brings to the table. It is a sliding scale, and it is not a 100% answer in either direction, right? It is not give me 100% of the time the player that has more physical attributes, and it's not 100% of the time give me the guy with more experience and more comfortability in the system. It's not that. It is maybe 57% one way, 43% the other, and you just have to live with that. And I also think the situation calls for different things. If this were a Game 5 and they were up 3-1, I think you go Nikishin because we saw them make that decision last series. But with it being 0-0 and you don't want, maybe a miscommunication to cost you like that opening statement, you might be more likely to go with Scott Morrow.
And we did see Nikishin make a pretty glaring mistake in the second period of that Game 5 against Washington that led to a goal, but Washington was offsides. It's their fault. Like, there was the mistakes that were there. Again, a rookie playing his first game over here in North America. We have seen defensemen in this system like Brent Burns, Sean Walker, Shane Gostisbehere. It took these guys, I mean, even Dmitry Orlov, took these guys 15, 20 games just to really even get comfortable.
As like some of them 10-year NHL vets when they started.
Like guys who have been around the league playing in the NHL. Can't expect the guy who just moved over here 4 weeks ago from Russia, has only played in the KHL, is the highest level of competition that he's played, and expect him to come in and just be lights out. The prospect of him in the future, like next year and beyond, obviously higher than Scott Morrow. Though Scott Morrow's future is bright. Like, let's not downplay that either. It's not like we're putting.
I believe
in
they're
a
both
scrub.
top 4 defensemen in the plans.
Yeah, like Scott Morrow is one of their top prospects as well. Like, let's not lose sight of that. But you can't expect Nikishin to come in here and just be lights out right away.
And if we're being honest, Rod Brindamore probably doesn't want to play any rookies. Jackson Blake and Logan Stankoven in the forwards, different beasts. But, it's not like I'm sitting here saying Scott Morrow won't make a rookie mistake. If Scott Morrow plays, he's got 16 NHL games under his belt. Like he's not a 500 game player. Like they will both have their flaws in multiple ways, but it's about which one are you more comfortable putting out there? Which one are you more comfortable? I mean, quite frankly, having the puck on their stick in a 1-goal game in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's part of the way you have to think about it. So Morrow drawing in, if he does in game 1, it doesn't shock me. I know that the fan base will want to see Nikishin because of the tantalizing high ceiling that he has. But if you look at it logically, you can make the argument for both sides, and getting them both a little bit of experience and then getting to decide that into the future, if you have to make that decision, is I don't think a bad move from Rod Brindamore's part.
I don't think so. You have 3 right-handed guys now as well with Morrow in there.
And
again, if he plays,
and you give Nikishin a chance to catch his breath. You get like you
got a taste.
Yeah, you were there. You ripped off a 93-mile-an-hour hammer from distance. Like we got you. We've seen it. Let's work on it, and let's let Morrow get in there and get his NHL debut. Not saying that's how it's going to be, but I see the logic if that is how it's going to be. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, from live outside the Lenovo Center. We have the Dean's List coming up, and
we need.
What do we need?
We need another qualifier.
Ooh,
for our 10K.
I like that a whole bunch.
We need another one.
Right now, caller number 9.
Let's go.
Will join us on the show from here. We'll be at the Lenovo Center, where we will ask you a very simple, easy trivia question. And if you get it right, you'll be qualified for our 10K playoff payout, where you will get to join us at Invisalign Arena later this week, along with 4 other lucky contestants, 5 lucky contestants total, who will have a chance at the ultimate slap shot to win $10,000. You also have a chance to win a pair of tickets to watch the Canes take on the Panthers in Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Big time shout out to our friends at Carolina Ford Dealers for making this happen, helping make this happen. With Ford F-150 on your side, it's always game on. You all know that. So right now, caller number 9 at 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. Caller number 9. Graham will get you on the line. We'll ask you the question, and you'll be ready to rock as a contestant of the 10K playoff payout. That's coming up next. Call in now.
Is your whole home operating at peak performance? With Newcomb & Company, your independent Trane dealer, proudly serving our community for over 70 years. As a Comfort contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs, including repairs and replacements for faucets, toilets, piping, garbage disposals, water heaters, drain cleaning, and more. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Are you ready for a global summer showdown? Thursday, June 19th at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Football legends collide at the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Inter Miami and FC Porto. Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba taking on Diogo Costa and Rodrigo Mora. Don't miss your chance to be part of history. Grab your tickets now at FIFA.com/tickets.
Hi, I'm Marcy Bailey, and at Bailey's Fine Jewelry, we understand your concerns when it comes to buying an engagement ring. Am I paying too much? Am I getting a quality diamond? Will she love the ring? Rest assured, we prioritize your happiness as much as the exquisite diamonds we offer. That's why we provide unparalleled guarantees to give you peace of mind. First of all, we offer an incredible 30-day money-back guarantee. Secondly, with our unique 100-day price protection, we promise you'll get the best price, quality, and value. But if you find a better offer, we'll match it and give you 10% of the difference. But we don't stop there. We also offer an unprecedented lifetime diamond guarantee. It's our way of giving you confidence throughout all of your cherished moments. We've been locally owned since 1948 and voted the best jeweler year after year. At Bailey's, we're not just selling jewelry. We're providing a legacy of trust. We invite you to shop with us and experience the difference.
Hear that? That's the sound of digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. With instant wins, progressive jackpots, and bonus games right from your phone. It's nonstop chances to win like you've never seen or heard before. Oh, yeah! Big money! Visit nclottery.com to get in on the action. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Now Hall all alone, in on Thompson. Hall scores! What a play! What a transition pass! And Taylor Hall puts Carolina back up by 2. It's 3-1. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We will momentarily, hopefully, be qualifying a contestant for our 10K playoff payout, working on the technical logistics so we can ask our official, simple and easy to answer trivia question to qualify them. So we're working on it. However, in the meantime, I want to remind everybody that you can catch our show on YouTube live stream, 99.9 The Fan, search for it. And there is one particular person I want to give a shout out to in our comments.
Who's that?
We have a listener from Finland.
Yeah, that's right.
Lurky,
Lurkki, Lurkki, listen, chiming in all the way from Finland, says KK is going to have a big start today. Jesperi Kokaniemi.
That does make sense. If somebody from Finland is listening in, going to KK.
So shout out.
There's another Finn on the team by the name of Sebastian Aho. I think a lot of people are going to be expecting a big series from him, and I want to talk about that later on. But let's first remind everybody of the things we have going on today.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is there Game 1, Canes Panthers, 8 o'clock. There's also multiple opportunities, including one coming up here in the next couple of minutes, to become a contestant for our 10K playoff payout.
Yep.
At 4:33. Exactly. We will be taking first goal scorer predictions.
Yep.
So you can start thinking about it now, start rubbing through your brain for who's going to score the first goal of the series for the Carolina Hurricanes and in what period they will score it. Obviously today, don't be smart. Game 3, none of that. I have seen some fans of other teams getting snarky.
Of course.
My favorite is when they get snarky and their team isn't playing anymore.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
It's a cool Sabres fans.
One was a Bolts fan, although there was also a nice Bolts fan, so you canceled each other out.
Yeah, it's fine. They have cups to back it up.
There was Caps fans there. Anyway, it's not about them. My point is 4:33, be ready to call in with your first goal scorer predictions. Who's going to score the first goal and in what period it will be scored. And if you get both of those right as one of our official contestants, there's an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate that'll be waiting for you. And then we may do that again later in the show. There's a lot to get to. With that being said, are we any closer towards getting our contestant on, or should we roll towards Dean's list?
All right, still working on it. By the way, also as well, 4:45, Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com is going to be swinging by and joining us here as well. So A lot going on, and we are gonna stay live on YouTube and right here on the Fan, or wherever you listen to us. We're gonna stay live all the way up until 7:00.
Even in Finland.
Yes, even in Finland, 7:00 Eastern time. I don't know what it's like over there in Helsinki, but 7:00 Eastern time, we're gonna stay live here with you guys all the way up until again Stormwatch and all these 8:00 puck drops. All these 8:00 puck drops. It's it's what it is.
8:00. It'll be a little bit later, but your adrenaline will keep you up. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Tailgating weather, by the way, this is perfect. We're going to get
very
Campbell on, but this is absolutely perfect. Actually, we're already starting to see some people actually tailgating out here behind us. I will say the nice thing, though, about the 8:00 puck drop, Tim.
What is that?
It gives you a little bit more time to get here, especially like on a work night. You're coming in because of traffic, makes things, gives you that little bit of extra time. Unlike game 1 against the New Jersey Devils when we had the 6:00 puck drop. That was dumb.
I like the respect it shows when you're prime time and everything, but by the Eastern Conference Finals, really, it's always going to be a premier watching window. I didn't like the disrespect of putting the Canes, afternoon on Easter Sunday or on a random 6:00 Monday or Tuesday, whatever that was. I didn't like the disrespect. However, I didn't hate that I got to get in bed early. Right? I got kids at home, but no, tonight. I'm not going to sleep. It's time to go. It's time to roll. And speaking of time to go, time to roll, Bo in Raleigh
let's go,
is going to have the first chance towards qualifying for our 10K playoff payout. Big time shout out to Carolina Ford dealers for helping us make this happen. Bo in Raleigh, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Perfect. We can hear you as well. All you need to do to solidify your spot as one of the 5 lucky contestants who will have a chance to win with the ultimate slap shot at $10,000 and also playoff tickets and other things is answer this question correctly. I'm not trying to trick you. In what state do the Hurricanes play their home games?
North Carolina.
Let's
there
go.
You go.
Let's go, Bo.
There you go, Bo.
Let's go.
Bo knows. Bo, you are officially a contestant in the 10K playoff payout. You are lucky number 4 out of 5. So congratulations. Great job answering the question. And stay on the line. Graham will grab some info from you and work on the logistics for the 10K playoff payout. But thank you very much for calling in.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. There you go, Bo.
Let's
Appreciate
go, Bo.
For everybody else out there, if you're not Bo or the 3 contestants that we've registered yesterday, there are more opportunities coming your way. You just have to listen. That's all you got to do. All right. Now you just have to listen because we have Dean's List. We'll run through the Dean's List quickly here. First one for me. Wake Forest men's tennis.
Okay.
They won the national championship.
Let's go.
Finished 40-1, defeating the defending national champion TCU Horned Frogs 4-2. Also,
40-1.
Yeah, that's crazy. Also defeated the TCU Horned Frogs 4-3 during indoors back in mid-February.
Let's go.
Kind of owning the Horned Frogs. How you like me now? Another one. You'll appreciate this, Dennis. This is random, and it came across my. I just love this.
Okay.
Andrew Mazzoni of Claremont Mud Scripts.
Yeah, Claremont Mud Scripts out there in California.
That is a Division III team.
Yes.
Baseball, we're talking here. In the Division III Nationals, they had a one-day doubleheader over the weekend.
Okay.
He drew 10 consecutive intentional walks.
What? Is that Barry Bonds of Division III baseball?
In the 3 previous games of regionals, he went 10 of 13 with 4 home runs and 8 RBI. So they walked him 10 consecutive times in a doubleheader.
Talk about boosting the on-base percentage. For real.
At some point, the pitcher has to look to the coach and go like, no, I want, like, you're making me look like I'm afraid out here. Claremont Mud Scripts, Andrew Mazzoni, just absolutely the most feared hitter in Division III. Has to be.
Barry Bonds over here.
0-4 Barry. Bases were loaded for 2 of them. No, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
But 10 consecutive walks.
That's wild.
That's absurd.
Who does that?
Do you have one you'd like to add here?
I don't, actually.
All right, then let's roll with this one. Was a late addition. I'm throwing the UMass Minutemen hockey out there.
All right.
UMass has a nice little hockey program.
Yeah.
I think I did a full sweep through. That Frank Vetrano, Cale Makar, Jonathan Quick, Brandon Montour, like they've got a bunch of NHL players.
Scott Morrow.
I don't think they had any still alive in the NHL postseason until perhaps Scott Morrow might draw in today. Kind of based on morning skate, it looks like he will. At least he was skating alongside Gostisbehere in what we would assume to be one of the top 3 pairings on the blue line for the Canes. So they thought they thought they were watching as spectators, and then all of a sudden, perhaps one of their guys sneaks into the Eastern Conference Finals to make his playoff debut. Also, right? I mean, they've, like I said, Mario Ferraro, Joel Hanley. They've got some dudes, but none of them were on the 4 teams still playing until perhaps Scott Morrow works his way into the lineup today. So they get a little Dean's List love as a program that's suddenly like, hey, let's root for our guy, Scott Morrow. There you go. We can go ahead and dismiss the Dean's List. All right.
Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna throw a late one on here.
Oh, we got a late Dean's List?
I'm gonna throw a late one on
here.
Here.
Never mind, class. The bell doesn't dismiss you. I do.
Yeah, bell doesn't
Everybody
dismiss
sit
you,
back
I
down.
Do. So we actually
Somebody just asked, hey, you forgot to assign homework.
You forgot to, yeah, exactly. You said there was a paper you wanted to give us. There is actually someone I want to give a shout out to. It is actually, I want to make sure I get the name correctly. UNC women's lacrosse player.
Okay.
I'm going to throw this out.
UNC we're talking Tar Heels here?
Yes, UNC women's lacrosse. Ashley Humphrey broke the record for career assists this past weekend in
Tar Heel history or like ACC? What are we talking?
NCAA history.
NCAA, goodness.
Like all of college women's lacrosse, she's the leader. She passed the record with 247 career assists, Ashley Humphrey, and UNC still playing, so she'll add to that.
Do you know who's actually the winner in that?
Who's that?
Her teammates.
I know, right?
They're just getting set up for goals left and right. They're just getting set up.
47 assists.
That's hey.
So there you go.
Shout out Miss Humphrey.
Ashley Humphrey.
Ashley Humphrey.
There you go.
All right, now you're dismissed. Thanks for waiting up, class.
Hey, there it is.
Found
Let's go.
Another bell.
That's the warning bell.
Canes versus Panthers game 1. Let's get back to the serious stuff. Eastern Conference Finals, Stanley Cup playoffs tonight at 8. I'm just going to ask a simple question.
Okay.
Who needs to step up for the Canes?
Outside of goaltender, we doing that?
Outside of goaltender. Because actually, no. You know what? I'm going to include it because I don't think for Svech and Freddie, I don't think it's a step up. I think it's a stay up. I think you've been doing what you're doing. We don't need more from you. If you want to put more out there, sure. But what Freddie has done to this point in the postseason, steady Eddie as she goes, is as good as I need to see from him. Step up would be somebody who I think there's change on the table. There's meat on the bone, whatever your metaphor is.
Okay.
Who needs to step up? I'm going to talk through some things. Like I said, Svech and Freddie, I think I want you guys to keep doing it, right? Andrei Svechnikov, I don't know why, but maybe it's the algorithms on social media. I talk about the algorithms a lot. There's a lot of stats out there about how many shots he's taken and how many shots on goal he's taking. And I think it was you who said it first. Nobody shows Svech. Don't show him. For example, let me bring it up.
Yeah, don't tell Svech.
I do have it in my notes. Okay. This was it was before Game 7 for the Panthers and Maple Leafs. So maybe these changed a little bit. On 5-on-5, shots per 60, leaders in the postseason. Andrei Svechnikov, 25.89 shots per 60 in 5-on-5. Next closest was Cale Makar, shout out UMass, 22.34. Then Ovechkin, 21.65. That was in the entire postseason before Game 7 on whatever day it was, a couple days ago. Those are the stats I don't want to show Svech because it might be like, ooh, wow, I got to calm down a little bit. No. When in actuality, that's what I want to see from Svech, right? So when I don't have Freddie or Svech on my guys that need to step up, it's not because I don't think they need to play well. It's because they've been playing well. They've been doing what I want them to do, and it's not a ton of changing. So we'll get to that answer throughout the show.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll ask Kat Campbell because she's joining us now on the Heister Automotive Group hotline.
Let's go, Kat.
Kat Campbell, WRAL meteorologist, joining us on the, as I said, the Heister Automotive Group hotline. Kat, thank you as always for jumping on the show and helping us with the tailgate weather. We can tell you it's beautiful right now. We're outside the Lenovo Center. I'm the type of weather person that can tell you exactly what it is where I am, but I'm not good at the whole predicting thing. Is this what we can expect throughout the day as we get closer to game time?
Yeah, it looks like the tailgating weather is going to be really nice out there. It's about 80 degrees right now. Dew points aren't too bad, so that means it's not terribly humid. I will say we've got an increasing chance for storms tonight, but that would be closer to the time frame when people are leaving the game for the post-game celebration. So if you're headed out there to tailgate, as soon as people get off of work, head out that way, get the energy going. It's going to be a fun night. I'm jealous that I'm not out there with you all.
By the way, Kat, I
Thursday
really
looks
appreciate
good too, by the way.
Oh, good.
Thank you. By the way, I appreciate the fact that you said what the weather's going to be like when we're outside celebrating the win. Not like, after the
We're
game.
gonna be
It's outside
positive.
celebrating. See, we're speaking things into existence, Kat. I appreciate that.
Put that energy into the world. You said you brought up Thursday. Thursday's looking good as well because obviously that is already the schedule for game 2.
Yes, Thursday looks great. I mean, overall, storm chances this week are a lot lower than last week. Last week was quite the week for us. Thursday, we've got just about a 20% chance of a shower or storm. And, I think overall we're looking pretty good this week. It'll be in the 80s Thursday. So I'm ready to go. I will say this. We're optimistic here at WRAL. One of my coworkers pulled up a video from the Stanley Cup celebration parade. This was like in the world's worst resolution, early 2000s video footage, of the parade.
Flip phone. Yep.
Said, Kat, I want you to study this so you'll be ready to go this year. And that was a manager of mine. So I'm going to study. The video footage is 40 minutes long, but we're going to put that into the universe right now.
I love everything you just said. That is the type of energy we need. And we're just going to ride that wave real quick here because we always get a first goal scorer prediction when you join us for tailgate weather. So put some more positive energy into the world. Who scores the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes?
Seth Jarvis.
Ooh.
Did I did I choose him last time though?
I mean,
don't
first
know.
of all,
I need
he's
to
the
switch it
leading
up.
goal scorer on the team for the season, so it's never a bad pick.
I
You want to pick him
know
every
that
game.
might be a little bit dull of a prediction. Next time, for Thursday's game, I think I should do something wild. So I'll think about it for you guys.
All right. I mean, now we'll be waiting. You've set the bar high, as you always do, Kat. We appreciate you for taking the time.
I have work off tonight, so I actually get to watch the game. Not there in person, but I'll get to watch and kind of start thinking of my prediction a little bit more.
Kind of a side note question here before we let you go. Do you get tired of people making like Hurricanes puns to you? Because just you talking about storms and everything, I've withheld, calm before the storm, or the forecast is a flurry of goals. Like, does that ever get old?
Absolutely not. I can assure you 1,000%. I enjoy those jokes, and I would so much rather talk about that a lot of times than, an incoming weather hurricane. So I enjoy the positive spin on it. And don't forget, speaking of which, ironically, we actually have our 2025 WRAL hurricane season forecast coming out weather-wise tonight on WRAL. And I did a ton of research. There's a lot of Excel spreadsheets, a couple of hours of that each day to put together the forecast. So check it out. I think it's really interesting. I know other places have put together their hurricane season forecast, but this one's really North Carolina-based.
All right, perfect. That's some real information that we'll make sure we pump out there. Thanks, Kat.
Thank you, guys. Have a good game tonight.
Thanks, Kat. As long as there's a Stanley Cup in that forecast, that's the only thing I care about. It's the only thing I care about.
That, once again, Kat Campbell, WRAL meteorologist. Obviously, we have a lot of fun with Kat, but there seriously is something you should check out when it comes to
for sure
the real hurricane forecasts and those sorts of things. Let's run back to that conversation we were having before we were joined by Kat. Who needs to step up? Actually, Dennis, I'll give you the floor.
Well, two people that popped into my mind. One was who Kat just mentioned was Seth Jarvis. So I'd like to see him contribute more offensively in terms of the goal scoring production. Now, he did score a couple goals in that series against Washington, including a big one in Game 4 where he made the score 2-0. But it's his line mate Sebastian Aho, and that's the one. We saw Sebastian Aho, especially in the Devils series. In particular, that Game 5 where he had 2 goals and an assist in that series clinching win, including the game winner and double overtime. But in this last series, he had a handful of assists, but we didn't see him actually find the back of the net. So 5 straight games for Sebastian Aho without finding the back of the net. I heard Adam Gold say this before we went on air. If Carolina wants to make a long run and win this series and get to a cup final, they have to get more production offensively out of Sebastian Aho. What he's doing defensively has been really, really, really darn good. And more than likely, my guess, if Paul Maurice wants to try and shut down that line, he's going to try and get Alexander Barkov out there, probably shut down Sebastian Aho. Can Sebastian Aho overcome possibly playing against Barkov on a night or shift in and shift out basis? And Barkov is the best defensive center in the game. With all due respect to Jordan Stahl, there's a reason why Barkov wins Selkies. Aho is going to have to go up against that guy a lot. Aho has to produce.
So a few things to build off of that. One, we don't take for granted, or we don't overlook the things that Aho does to facilitate winning other than goal scoring.
Oh, yeah, he does so many things.
Defense, setting his teammates up, face-off circle, tied for the team lead in hits in Game 5, even though he didn't score. We don't take that for granted. We just have higher expectations for him. Do that and mix in a goal scoring. What I will say is, you could argue this entire postseason, he has picked his moments for when they need him to be a little bit more aggressive. Things like, even though they didn't come back to win the game, I believe it was Game 3 against the Devils, you get down 2-0, third period, he scores I think it was his first goal of the series. They end up forcing overtime. He and Jarvis each scored. They fall short, but that's very much like a we need a moment. Obviously, Game 5, he scores the game tying goal, 4-4, to force overtime. Then he scores the game winning goal in the second overtime, very much when you need it. We can build off of that narrative by saying he was in deep in the Caps game, in the Cap series, and just never felt like it was needed. Like, okay, if we're going to have, 15 goals and 12 different goal scorers or whatever it ended up being, he's like, y'all got it. Let me make sure I'm taking care of everything else. That's not going to happen against the Panthers. You're going to need your dudes to be dudes, right? There's going to be more moments that call for an absolutely necessary goal, and that's where Aho, I think, needs to step up. And I'm going to try to put this nicely. There was a Players Tribune article that he wrote during one of the downs this season, right? An NHL season is a roller coaster, and during one of the downs, he wrote a Players Tribune open letter to the fan base, and there was a lot of I know it's been tough. We're working hard. The end results have stunk, and we've gotten so close. I copy and pasted one specific thing. This is his words, right? And if you're unfamiliar with Players Tribune, they supposedly take out the middleman. Like, there are no ghostwriters, allegedly. Like, this is directly from the words of the players. Not saying they don't have someone proofread or anything. Sebastian Aho said, "We've gotten so close and built something special year after year, but close isn't good enough." And then there was a paragraph break, and he put, "Close sucks." And then there was a paragraph break. And at the time, I thought it was pretty dramatic, right? It felt like the entire article felt very, very dramatic to me. Some loved it. Now I'm kind of indifferent on it. But what I will say is, right, actions and words, like, now is the time where your play can put you over the top, right? If close sucks, the difference between close and getting to a Stanley Cup final happens in the next 4 to 7 games, right? Like, now is the time, if you're going to be thinking about it, if you're going to be stewing, if you're going to be having these thoughts that he shared with us in the Players Tribune article, the next 4 to 7 games are what decides if you have those thoughts again for the next year. Actually, I guess it would be the next 4 to 14 games would decide how long those things linger. And if I'm a superstar, and I consider Sebastian Aho a superstar, the win-loss record is going to be attached to my name. I want to have my fingerprints all over the game, and I think he's going to go into this series knowing that and being aggressive. Not saying he's going to shoot a million times, because we know that he's more unselfish than that. But I do believe he has to score a goal or two here or there. They can be well timed. They don't have to be, you don't have to be Svech and score second most goals in the postseason. But a well timed 2 or 3 goals this series, I think, is big for Aho.
I agree,
and I think it's an interesting question on what success looks like for Aho this series. Maybe other than winning. Maybe we'll answer that one later on. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
We need one more contestant.
Oh, we need one more contestant.
We do. We need one
Fire
more
this
contestant.
one up. Caller number 9, right now, 919-860-5326. Caller number 9 will have to answer a very easy trivia question. And if you get it correct, you will be qualified as a contestant for our 10K playoff payout, where you will join us at Invisalign Arena later this week for the ultimate slap shot at $10,000. You also have a chance to win playoff tickets. It's a really fun deal, but you have to be caller number 9 right now. So call in 919-860-5326. And once again, a big shout out to our friends at Carolina Ford Dealers for helping make this happen. As we all know, with Ford F-150 on your team, it's always game on. Again, 919-860-5326. Call in now. Caller number 9 will have a high likelihood of being a contestant in the 10K playoff payout. Call in now. That's coming up next.
Let's go! It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here's Svechnikov, 2 minutes remaining. Svechnikov with the angle, he scores!
Let's go, Game!
Hall all alone, in on Thompson, Hall scores!
Go Canes!
Wide open, rebound, and what a save by Anderson!
The Canes' road to the Stanley Cup runs through us. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
1,000 times, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Hey girl, haven't seen you downtown lately.
Nope, sticking to our go-to places.
You mean like Sharky's?
Well, we love our Sharky's. Best wings and gumbo on the planet. But we never miss the $5 sangrias on Wednesdays at the new Salt and Lime. And Mexican pints on Thursdays for $3.
You know my boy loves the House of Hops. No better selection of craft beer in the state. Loves their specials, their food trucks, and you know I love my wine. They have a wonderful selection.
And have I told you about our new takeout spot, Che Empanadas? It's right next to Sharky's. They have 20 different types of authentic Argentinian empanadas, and they are incredible, especially the breakfast ones. You gotta try it.
Sounds perfect. And how awesome is it that they're so close to each other?
Yes!
Give them a try. Che Empanadas, House of Hops, Salt and Lime, and Sharky's. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from each other off Durham Road, Glenwood, and Grove Barton.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Richie Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Richie Law is on top of it.
That one back, that one going, gone!
Go to RichieLaw.com.
That's RichieLaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Weather.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Not a bad afternoon out there. High of 82, but clouds definitely thickening up ahead of our next system that comes in overnight tonight. 67 for tonight's low, but around 3 or 4 a.m., a line of storms comes through. We could see isolated wind damage with this system, and it will be messy for the morning commute. The rain begins to move out around 7 or 8 o'clock. Tomorrow afternoon, it's hot again with highs in the upper 80s.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 114 points at 42,667.
Let's move the chains. Time for Football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have a few things to get to before we hit Football at 4, including, first, we have to make Andrew in Morrisville, or we have to give Andrew in Morrisville the opportunity to be a contestant in our 10K playoff payout later this week. One of 5 lucky contestants that will have the chance to win $10,000, as well as a pair of tickets to watch the Canes take on the Panthers during Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Shout out to our friends at Carolina Ford Dealers for helping make this happen. Andrew in Morrisville, are you there and can you hear us?
I am here.
All right, perfect. I'm not trying to trick you. This is not a trick question of any kind. Just simply answer it correctly, and you will be our final contestant for the 10K playoff payout. All right?
All right.
Okay. We all know about the Carolina Hurricanes. We're outside the Lenovo Center, getting ready to watch Carolina Hurricanes game. Can you name any other team in the NHL? Any other team?
The Florida Panthers.
All right.
Answer, but at least it's an answer. I know it's terrible.
It was right.
We'll accept it today.
I would have stayed away from the Panthers just because I'm pretty sure I would have said Carolina Panthers and just messed it up there. But either way, you said it correctly. So congratulations. You are the next and final contestant on the 10K playoff payout.
Let's go.
You'll have the ultimate slap shot at $10,000. You'll have a chance to win playoff tickets and have a good time with us. Go ahead and stand in the line. Graham will make sure we have all the information that you need to get. All right? Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Probably could, I could have set him up for a question that wouldn't have just gone right to the competitor today. But hey, the right answer is the right answer. Andrew in Morrisville is officially a 10K playoff payout contestant.
You had 31 other options, total options,
could have
say.
Could have gone Caps, the team we just beat. And
Right.
Anyway, we're moving on because we are joined by Megan Lamontaine, our colleague over at Capital Broadcasting, as well as the in-arena host here at the Lenovo Center. So she'll be getting everybody hyped up. If you've been to games, you've seen her on the Jumbotron. Megan, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling really good. Thanks, you guys, for having me on. What a surprise.
Of course. Well, I mean, you're going to do something for us as well. This is not just a one-way offer because
Okay.
We do bring together everybody to make first goal scorer predictions. We had Kat Campbell, WRAL Meteorologist, on. She made a prediction. Somebody on Twitter immediately ran and bet on that person to score.
Wow.
So there are some responsibilities here. You're close to the team. You see them up close. You're in the arena for most games. Can you give us a first goal scorer prediction? Who are you feeling?
Okay, so my prediction tonight, I know he wasn't at practice a day or two ago, but Jordan Martinook.
Okay.
Because not only has he been on fire, I have picked him for tonight's player to watch, but I loved the assist on Jordan Stahl's goal opening game 5. And I just think as we keep going, the Marty
maybe repaying
party,
the favor, maybe Stahl with the assist this time.
I love that.
Yeah.
That line is goals anyway. So yeah, I'm going with the Marty party.
What period? First, second, or third?
I'm gonna say well, this is the first goal?
Yeah, first goal.
Okay, so it better happen in the first period.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
We'll say, a 0-0 first period is possible.
That's true, but I would feel a lot better heading into the second if we had Jordan Martinook score one, put one on the board. Anybody at this point.
That's fair.
All right, so you're in the arena. What kind of atmosphere are we expecting tonight? On a scale of from 1 to 10, give us the answer from 11 to 15, right?
I was just going to say,
I
was just going to say, if you were saying at a 10, we're going 11.5 tonight. But yeah, 15 all the way. I mean, Eastern Conference Final, the Caniacs are going to bring it, and the Raleigh Towers are going to be going. Our arms are going to be hurting tomorrow.
I know.
Non-stop.
Sore shoulders.
Yes.
sore palms from high fives, clapping. There's sore shoulders from waving around your head like a helicopter.
The good kind of sore. Yes.
Yes, there's all of that. And it's going to be late. So,
Yes, lots of coffee.
If we're dragging tomorrow, you know why. Megan, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And
let's see. Let's go Canes.
Let's
right?
go Canes. Let's do it. Good luck. Also, have a good in-host arena. Normally, I say have a good call to broadcasters. Have a good pumping everybody up in there. There you go. Once again, Megan Lamontaine. If you're coming out to the game, you'll see her. Look on the jumbotron; she's easy to find. That was so we have Martinook in the first from Megan. We have Jarvis, I assume, in the first.
Yeah, first
from Kat, and we will be grabbing those from listeners at 4:33 with an Apex Racing Lab gift card on the line. Be ready to call in with your first goal score predictions. Who scores the first goal, and in what period do they score it? Oh, it's football at 4. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We have a long time to talk about the game today, and we are going to be talking nitty-gritty. We've already broken down some maybe line adjustments, pairing adjustments on the defensive side. We've talked about Aho, and we're going to continue to do so. But since it's football at 4, we don't really want to stray that far from hockey on the night of Eastern Conference Finals Game 1. We thought, what if we took the Canes and we had to put together a football team?
Okay.
So you have to think of their skills. You have to think of their demeanor. You have to think of what goes into what makes them, and then put them in a football position. Dennis, do you want to set up the positions, and then I'll kind of give you my thoughts?
All right, let's go. Let's go on the offensive side of the ball.
All right.
All right, it's all about protection up front, right?
It is.
Let's go left to right. Left tackle to right tackle. Who you got?
Left tackle, I am going no other than Jordan Stahl.
Okay.
Size, right? Power, dependability.
Say reliable.
Blindside protection. Like if you are the quarterback and you have to pick one guy to have your life in their hands, we're going Jordan Stahl. Left guard, Jordan Martinook, because he's never far from Stahl.
That's good.
Right, they're right there. Center, I'm going Freddie.
Good choice.
Just it seems to make sense.
Good choice.
Carrier, right guard. Orlov, right tackle.
Orlov, right tackle. Interesting.
He's he's built like a fire hydrant.
He is.
So run blocking, I like Orlov, right? I think we're going to run a lot of off tackle to the right, and he's at least on the quarterback's front side, so he can see and understand what's going on over there.
Okay, well, who's the quarterback?
Quarterbacks, I'm putting Taylor Hall.
Really? Okay.
I think a lot of people would have went Aho.
Yeah.
Vision purposes.
Aho makes sense.
Taylor Hall, maybe a little bit more size. Right, a little bit taller guy. Also, I think we need Aho at other positions. He's in demand. But Hall, I think his vision, I think his anticipation is through the roof. Maybe not the athlete that he was early in his career, but he's getting by with guile and audibles at the line. So give me Taylor Hall there.
Okay, let's go to the skill guys. Wide receivers, tight ends, running back. Who do you have?
All right.
I'm assuming a base 3 wide receiver set. We're
going 3 wide receivers. Aho's our number 1.
Okay, number 1 wide out.
He's the X receiver. He's the one winning one-on-ones. On the opposite side, I'm going Jackson Blake, right? Like a Z. To be quite honest, probably not looking his way a ton because we have Seth Jarvis in the slot.
Okay, all right.
We got Seth. He's a lot of motions. Need to get him off press.
All right.
A lot of motions. We're going Seth Jarvis in the slot. At tight end, Svechnikov. I think he's got that dual threat ability where when he gets mad, we can have him run block and attached in line, but also he can run by some people. He's much more of like a Gronk than he is a like Evan Ingram.
A physical mismatch.
There you go.
Yeah.
Running back, I'm throwing Stankoven.
Okay.
I'm throwing Stankoven, compact, kind of got that Ashton Genty. He's standing straight up at his running back position. I'm going Stankoven back there. And also I feel like he wouldn't. Let's say Orlov at right tackle having a tough day. Stankoven's more than willing to throw his nose right in there and pass block.
He'll pick up a blitz.
He's picking up a blitz, which is crucial because we have Taylor Hall back there standing tall in the pocket, throwing it deep to Aho.
Okay, well, let's go on the defensive side of the ball. Let's go to the front.
Put way too much thought into this.
I know you did. Let's go to the defensive front.
Okay, I'm rotating through quite a bit. I'm little Dave Canales in this one.
All right, that's fair.
Or Evero, whoever's making those decisions. I have a edge rusher rotation.
Okay.
Of Brent Burns, Alexander Nikishin, and Sean Walker.
Sean Walker?
I want all different skill sets. I don't want these tackles to know what's coming their way. We have kind of long, lanky Brent Burns. We have explosive physical power of Nikishin, and then again, a lot of like wily guile. He's hitting like spin moves and fake spin moves. He's ripping through. He's got everything in the book. Sean Walker.
See, I had Sean Walker pegged to be a strong safety.
He's a little under. Well, I will say defense is tough because we got a lot of guys that overlap skill sets here.
Sure.
There's no real road graders out there. If anyone had any kind of actually, no, I'm going to wait. Defensive tackle.
All right.
I went Pyotr Kochetkov.
That makes sense.
Little crazy. Little in there, just mixing it up.
Yep.
Jankowski and Robinson because we needed the size.
The size, yeah.
Linebacker, my green dot. For those of you that don't know, the green dots on your helmet mean that you have the radio in your head, so the defensive coordinator can talk directly to you.
Mm-hmm.
You call the plays. That's got to be Jacob Slavin. He's in coverage. He's blitzing. He's run stopping. I need him to do everything.
Yeah.
And I'm throwing Scott Morrow there.
Scott Morrow, okay, as a linebacker.
Scott Morrow, I figure Slavin can cover for him. You got a rookie out there.
He's quick, rangy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of size, not a ton, but a little bit, enough.
Play him on the weak side.
My secondary, I'm going to be honest. We're holding this together with duct tape.
Oh, okay.
We got Kokaniemi and Gostaspier at safety. I need Kokaniemi's athleticism. He's going to be covering a decent amount for one of our corners.
On one play physical.
On one side, and by the way, Gostaspier, I like his he's like an Eric Weddle type. He's out there winning with his mind. Late career Polamalu. He's anticipating. One corner, love it. Chatfield, locked down.
Lock it, love it.
He's on Chatfield Island out there. We're letting him lock up the other team. He's on Chatman, dude. I missed that. How did I do that? It was right there in front of me. Other side, I went Roslovic. I didn't have a ton of options. It's really the only position that I'm a little worried about, which is why I'm having Kokaniemi over the top. We're just going to bracket whoever Roslovic is covering.
Okay.
and we're going to trust Gostaspier to be a heady, smart player everywhere else. That's my Caps football lineup. And if we need like a kicker, probably got to call up Bradley Nadeau. Just seems like he would have the leg and the flexibility. That's what we're looking at.
Okay. There it is.
There it is.
I do like the justifications for each of these positions, though.
Put way too much thought into
like
it.
mentality, you know?
Oh, yeah. I love our offensive line. I think we're going to be able to run the ball. Play action, deep ball. I think we're going to be able to pound the rock.
Thank you, Canales.
There you go.
Yeah, you got Dave Canales written all over it.
It does. It absolutely does. And then Aho off play action, Jarvis on some little stuff across the middle, Svech run blocking and then leaking out. We got an offense. Defense, we might have to score some points on offense, boys. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We have a cup check-in. Adam Gold checked in with a Canes legend. But before we get to any of that, Dennis Cox has something he'd like to tell you.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here with my friends over at Loan Pronto. Folks, are you maxed out on your credit cards? Maybe you're struggling with high interest debt. You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt now and consolidate it down into one easy, low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760. LoanPronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan gets to the Canes Cup check-in with a Canes legend and Adam Gold coming up next.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 1.
Svechnikov scores! Carolina strikes first. It's 1-0 Hurricanes.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Andrei Svechnikov beats Thompson, and Carolina takes a 2-1 lead.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Soundstation and Security, your automotive and audio experts. Car audio, car video, home theater, wheels and tires, and so much more. Plus, did you know Soundstation and Security offers full service for your vehicle? Alignments, inspection, oil changes, window tinting, and custom exhaust. And with a variety of financing options, Soundstation and Security can help you get what you need today. 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Soundstation and Security. Visit myhotsound.com.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned Cajun fried whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change.
Hey, how long will this take?
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Get out. That's super fast. Super fast like a F1 pit stop.
Sir.
Huh?
We're all done. I even topped off your fluid and checked your tires.
But I was so close to the finish line.
Get in and out fast with Take 5, the stay-in-your-car 10-minute oil change. And check out the movie F1 starring Brad Pitt, only in theaters June 27th. This film is not yet rated.
Support for The Fan comes from Paramount Pictures presenting Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Every choice, every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise is back as Ethan Hunt in his most challenging mission yet. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, only in theaters and IMAX on May 23rd. Listen afternoons during The Drive with Tim Donnelly this week to win a Fandango gift card to witness the action and adventure on the biggest screen possible. Don't miss your chance to see the movie of the summer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
He'll get it to Walker. Walker's got Roslovic with him. Walker holds, shoots, and scores! Sean Walker's first postseason goal, and it is a monster!
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We still have just under 4 hours until puck drop inside the Lenovo Center. We are outside the Lenovo Center for the entirety of the show and then some. We'll be live with you all the way until 7 o'clock. Pass things off to Adam Gold for an hour of Stormwatch, and then Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy will take you through the entire proceedings of Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Canes and the visiting Florida Panthers, which I'll give you my spiel here, a reminder for you that if you want to hear Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy, there's this awesome thing, and also watch the game on TV. There's this awesome thing you can do where you mute the TV and turn up the stream of Maniscalco and Tracy, and that way you get the group that you're used to listening to for Canes games, and you also get to watch along. You can sync it up. You can use your smart speakers. There's a whole bunch of different ways to do it, but I just want to let you know that's at your disposal if you so choose to do so. But you will hear Mike and Trip here on 99.9 The Fan for sure. You will also hear Adam Gold doing a cup check-in. Cup check-ins served up by Carolina Ale House. You can head out to Carolina Ale House in Cary for away game watch parties throughout the playoffs. Obviously tonight and Thursday home games. Then they'll hit the road for those away game watch parties. Carolina Ale House in Cary. For the Cup check-in today, Adam Gold caught up with Chad LaRose. Here's the conversation between Rosie and Adam Gold.
What are the differences for you between starting at home and starting on the road?
I played. Yeah, I mean, I think playing at home is much better to start. It has both of its ways, right? You feel no pressure on the road,
right?
But also at home in Carolina, you really don't feel any pressure because their fans are so good, right? A place like Toronto, I mean, there's pressure galore on those guys, and I think that helps Carolina because I mean, we need the fans there, right? I mean, they give you that extra energy. So, I mean, and knowing that if it's a long series, you got the home ice advantage. You have to protect it, but also you have your routine. You're in your own bed. You've been watching those series before. So I think those things will benefit us and benefit Carolina. And yeah, I would rather start at home, right? I mean, that means I got a better record and I get 4 games at home if I need them.
Right. And that home ice advantage, yeah, it's a little bit about the start, but it's really about potentially the end, where if you get through the first 4 games and it's 2-2, 2 out of the next 3 are on your ice. 4 days off, is that the perfect amount of time off?
Yeah, I mean, I think for teams-wise, depending. I mean, I know that their coaching staff in Carolina has them ready. You know, they're doing the right things. They were preparing for 2 days off. They were preparing for 3, and they're preparing for 4. So, yeah, I think they're rested. I think nicks and bruises got a little extra rest. And, yeah, and I mean, you just got to, you know, I'm sure they're jumping out of their shoes to get this game started. And I think we're going to see that in the first 5 to 10 minutes of this game.
I spoke to Jordan Martinook today, and in the first few years with Carolina, he was like an injury walk-in. He had so many things that he was dealing with and still managed to stay in the lineup, but you could tell when a guy is playing somewhat compromised. But over the last several years, he's basically, as much as he could, basically stayed healthy. And I asked him today, and I know he's been dealing with a few things, and I'm not asking for specifics, but I asked him today, I know you've been dealing with some stuff, but how would you consider yourself going into the game? He goes, at game time, I will be 100%.
Love it.
I've told you before that the way he plays reminds me a lot of the way you played, Chad. And I take that as the biggest compliment you can. Chad LaRose is joining us here on the Adam Gold Show. Another player that has certainly found his scoring touch lately is Andrei Svechnikov. If you could, what are the differences you think in Andrei's game from the regular season to where we see him now?
I think he's been more around the puck, but his physicality, but I think he's shooting it more. And I know he likes to shoot, but I think he's been like engaged right away, like in the whole game, like every aspect, like even the face-off goal, you know what I mean? Jumping and Carlson's not ready. Like Svech, sometimes, you know, all of us, right, are like that. Yep. And he's been jumping on his toes, and he makes the right plays, and he's got a rifle of a shot. So, yeah, he's been awesome, and that confidence of finding the back of the net as much as he has is just gonna continue to grow, you know.
Once again, that was the Cup check-in featuring our very own Adam Gold. Hear him every afternoon, right prior to this one, every weekday afternoon on the Adam Gold Show. You'll also hear him after today's show, taking you through the last hour of pregame with Stormwatch, and he was joined by Chad LaRose there for the Cup check-in, served up by Carolina Ale House. Head out to Carolina Ale House, Cary, for away game watch party. So obviously games 3 and 4, at least, for away game watch parties throughout the playoffs. Carolina Ale House in Cary. I do know what I love. This is just a strange observation that if you're a fan of multiple sports, you'll get. Okay. I love the way that people describe hockey players that are playing the right way. Just like, oh, Svech, he's skating on his toes. He's jumping on his toes. And I'm just like, that's such a good way to say somebody is riding their momentum and being aggressive, not on their heels, right? In other sports, we have like, oh, he's playing really well. And in hockey,
that's true.
In hockey, it's like there's this whole other language. So like especially when you get former players like Rosie on, it's a cool way to go through it, right? Andrei Svechnikov is playing exceptional, right? He's second in the entire playoffs in goals scored. He's hunting for his shot. He's doing a lot of things that we've talked about wanting to see from him over the last 4 years. He's doing them in this postseason, and there's just better and cooler ways to talk about it in hockey than there would be in other sports, and I love that about hockey. With that being said, we are taking first goal scorer predictions in about 8 minutes. So get ready to start dialing in and give us the predictions on who you think will score the first goal and in what period you think they will score it. But in the meantime, let's hit some copper drop. So we're skipping ladder challenge, Graham. Go straight to copper drop. All right, Dennis, what are we copping and what are we dropping here ahead of game 1 in the Eastern Conference Finals?
All right, cop or drop. We will see both Scott Morrow and Alexander Nikishin this series. Cop or drop.
Goodness.
Coming out hot.
I hate doing I want to make this exceptionally clear. My number one hope is that we see neither, right? My overwhelming hope is that Jalen Chatfield is himself enough today to go, and then there's no setbacks, and he gets to play every game for the rest of the season, right? I think he's that important. If he doesn't go today, you know what? I'm going to go. We don't do bold predictions on Tuesdays.
Okay.
I think we see Nikishin if he doesn't go
tonight.
Yeah.
Really?
I think Rod's playing mind games. Do I actually think that? No, but I think there's a chance that he's playing mind games and he wants to keep everybody on their toes.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
So I mean, like I said, game 5, Jalen Chatfield skated in the morning. All indications were it seemed like he was going to play through whatever he was bothering him. Then we got Alexander Nikishin, kind of at the last second. He did not skate in a position that would make you think he would. So we've seen last second switches in the past. I'm hoping that means Chatfield will play. If it doesn't, I think there's a chance we see a whole bunch of surprises. So what was the copper drop? I forget what it was. We'll see both.
We'll see both Nikishin and Morrow this season.
I'm dropping it because I want Chatfield in every game.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
I have no insider information there, by the way.
All right, cop or drop. Sebastian Aho will have a multi-goal game this series. Cop or drop.
Yeah, I'm definitely copping this. And that's not just he's due is fun to say, right? I asked for first goal score predictions on Twitter, and pretty much everybody that responded with Aho, I wrote back he's due. It's fun to say. I don't always think that's how it works, right? Just because you're in a scoring drought doesn't mean you're more likely to score. But I do think the way Aho is wired is he scores when his team needs it, right? And if everybody else is cruising, if everybody else is getting good looks, he doesn't have to force his shot, which I have to get used to because that's not the superstar mindset that I've grown up around. And he is a superstar. He just has a slightly different mindset. I think there's going to be a game or two where it's necessary, right? The whatever the bat signal is for Aho will be shining in the sky. Hey, we need you to go be a little bit more aggressive. So yeah, go ahead and give me Aho with a multiple goal game.
All right, cop or drop. We will see multiple overtime games in this series. Cop or drop.
You know what? I don't even what would I bet you'd get pretty short odds on that. I don't think those are long odds. I think these two teams know how to play to close games.
Yeah.
I think the Canes have been in a good amount of overtime games this year already. I think the last time these two matched up in a postseason series, 3 out of 4 games were overtime worthy.
2 went. Yeah.
2 actually went to overtime, and then 1 was settled in the last 4 or 5 seconds. So I think that, by the way, I think the series goes more than 4, which obviously increases the odds. So, you're probably getting plus money on betting that, but I'll take the long shot. Yeah, give me the I think that's a good bet. I would take 2 overtime games over the course of the series. So I'm copping.
All right, cop or drop. This series will end in 6 games. Cop or drop.
Interesting. Nah. See, I've criticized people for just going your favorite team in 6.
Yeah.
Because I always feel like that's the super safe prediction, right? You pick your favorite team, you say in 6, because that way you're not being too arrogant saying 4 or 5, but also you understand that game 7 is a coin toss. So your favorite team in 6 always feels like the safe prediction, which me having said that in the past does kind of make me feel like a loser every time I pick the team I'm rooting for in 6, because I'm I've criticized people for this. This does feel like a Canes in 6 series, but I'll go Canes in 7 for this purpose. So what is it? What I forget what the
series will end in 6 games.
Nope.
Dropping it.
Go 7.
Going all the way to 7.
I want a classic. I want an all-timer.
That'd be here. Game 7 would be here, by the way.
For reference, in this copper drop period alone, I've predicted a multiple goal game for Aho.
Yeah.
I've predicted multiple overtime games.
Yep.
And I've predicted that it'll go longer than 6. I'm pretty much saying I don't know if ESPN Classic, the channel, still exists, but they can like book out next week for playing the games from this series already.
I think in hotels. It's the only place you can watch ESPN. ESPN Classic and ESPN News only exist in hotels now. I think it's the only thing that we're going to see those. All right, next one that we have here, cop or drop. Frederik Andersen will have a shutout at least once in this series.
All right, I'm gonna level with everybody on how Freddie Andersen and me have been getting along the last month.
All right.
I am proud of the fact that I am not superstitious.
Okay.
I've gone on the rant plenty of times if you listen to the show often enough. I think it's insulting to players to be superstitious as a fan. Like, it's insulting to say you've worked your entire life. You've put in 100,000 hours. You've done rep after rep. You've lifted weights. You've rehabbed injuries. But whether you win or not comes down to if I wear my lucky T-shirt.
Okay.
Like, I think that's insulting to the players. For some reason, Freddie brings out the superstition in me.
All right.
When he's playing well, I almost don't want to address it. When like he has a great game going, I don't tweet about it till after the game. I feel foolish because of it. But it's the goalie thing. I don't know. So I believe going into the last series, you did ask if Freddie was going to have a shutout, and I did cop it, and he did have a shutout.
He did.
So this answer is predestined for me.
Okay.
Yes, I'm copping. He will have a shutout. And then I'm hoping that it's going to be a 4-0 shutout, and Svech will score the first goal. Like, for whatever it is, as much as it goes against all of my logic and all of my beliefs, I am superstitious for Freddie Andersen. So I'm gonna do everything the same for that guy because he's been playing really, really well.
All right, final one here. Copper drop, real fast. Andrei Svechnikov leads all skaters in goal scoring in the conference finals. Cop or drop.
That includes Western
That includes the West. Cop or drop.
Ooh, I mean, you think I'm going to pick Mikko? What are you doing here? Of course not. Of course I'm picking Andrei Svechnikov. Actually, you know, I think this will go over well. Give me Mikko Rantanen. No.
I don't know. There's that Leon Draisaitl guy. There's that Connor McDavid guy.
Oh, you're saying just in the conference finals. I thought this was cumulative because those were okay.
Just the conference final.
I thought you were saying in the playoffs.
No, just the conference. Just this round. Just the conference final.
Just goal scores, not
just
points.
Just goal scores.
No, I'm still taking Svech.
Okay.
I'm still taking Svech. I want him to be as aggressive as he's been in this postseason, and I think that'll lead towards a bunch of goals. Get pucks on net, shots on goal, and I think you'll be all right. Speaking of shots on goal, speaking of pucks on net, let's fire up first goal scorer predictions. Right now, go ahead and call in with your first goal scorer predictions. 919-860-5326 is the number to call. You need to bring 2 pieces of information with you when you call in. Who's going to score the first goal for the Canes, and in what period will it be scored? If you get both right on air, we'll have 3 official contestants. If you get both right on air, you will win an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. So the lines are open. Graham will line you up. 919-860-5326. Call in now. While Graham gets those callers situated, I will tell you about the prize. The ultimate sim racing experience is at Apex Racing Lab. Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination. Experience the ultimate thrill with 20 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks. Located in Cary's McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh, visit Apex Racing Lab today and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com. Once again, that website, apexracinglab.com. You have to get both right on air for the gift card. That's you need to have the first goal score and the period that it is scored correct, and you'll win the Apex Racing Lab gift card.
Had a bunch of predictions already on a YouTube live chat. For example, early on in the show, we had Jonathan say Svech in the first. We had Jeff say Stankoven in the first. Brandon said first goal prediction is Stankoven in the first period. Ali said Mr. Game 1, Stankoven in the second. Casey said Aho gets us rolling in the first. I think Aho actually gets 2 tonight.
Ooh.
I'm like, hey, that would hit the copper drop going on right there for sure.
Get it out of the way in game 1.
Let's see. Lurky, our man from Finland, said Kokaniemi. Here's one. Jonathan Winslow says this. Mr. Game 1, Logan Stankoven, does score tonight, just not the first goal. It's the game-winning goal.
So does score, but not the opener. Scores the closer. It's a
Scores
game
the
winner.
game-winning
Or game winner. Okay.
Yeah. Like,
hey,
I'll take that.
Mr. Game 1, Mr. Game 1, Mr. Game 1.
Mr. Game 1. But yeah, we've got Svech in the first. We get a lot of Svech here in the first period. Someone said Rob Brindamore in the first period. Love that too. But Lurky said Aho's also ready to raise up as well.
You know what? If Rod challenges and takes another goal off the board, I'll count that. Just in bragging rights.
Okay, that's fair.
If Rod takes a goal off, I will give you your credit. Obviously, you won't be eligible for the prize, but I will give you your credit. Speaking of being eligible for the prize, we have the 3 contestants lined up on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. We'll start with Zach in Wake Forest. Zach, you are the first official contestant. Welcome to the show. Give us your first goal score prediction. Who scores it and in what period?
This is a tough one, but I think Jordan Stahl going to get us on the board. He's been clutch last 2 series. He's going to get us on the board first in the first period.
All right, locking in the captain in the first. Do you want any more details? I like specifics. Is it Shorty? Is it from an assist from Martinook? Anything else you want to give us?
Yeah, I think Martinook's going to set him up. Those two have been locked in lately.
All right, Zach, you are locked in with Stahl in the first and the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you. That'd be back-to-back games for Stahl, by the way.
It would be.
Let's go to Taylor in Holly Springs. Taylor, you are up next. Welcome to the show. Go ahead and give us your first goal score prediction.
All right, I think I'm going to go a basic answer tonight. I'm going to say Jarvis is going to start us off in the first. And I do think Andre is going to score at some point in the game today.
Okay.
I like that. Taylor, and by the way, this goes for everybody because Kat Campbell was doing it. You're doing it. Don't apologize for picking Seth Jarvis or Sebastian Aho. It makes sense, right? I know that we have a fun time going like, hey, give me Stanky or something like that. Give me Janky or something like that. But, hey, there's never a bad time to pick Seth Jarvis. So, Taylor, you are locked in. Jarvis in the first.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. Wade and Carey, final official contestant. Wade, welcome to the show. Give us your first goal score prediction.
Prediction, Svechnikov in the first period, last 5 minutes.
All right. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Carry a little momentum going into the second. I like that.
I do love – actually, I'll give you a couple that I like. But, Wade, stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you. There are a couple goals I really, really enjoy, maybe better than the rest. It's kind of like I've seen people debate, like, the best beers. And it's like, beer after mowing the lawn.
Shower beer,
beer after getting home from the beach. Like, all goals are great. All beers are great. Some just kind of have a more special place in your heart. Goal right at the end of a 0-0 period. Like, if you score in the last 2 minutes of the first to make it 1-0, love that. I love a goal within 30 seconds of the opponent killing your penalty. I love you have 2 minutes of power play. They kill it, and they're all riding high, and you score the first 30 seconds of even strength. I love, it's the pulling the chair out of that. There are certain goals I just love. Last 5 minutes of a period is one of them.
I like the goal after you kill a penalty.
The response right away.
So you kill your penalty. Oh, you guys had a chance. Yeah, watch this. Hold my beer.
That's the and one mixtape tour. You're right. You don't only make them fall with the crossover. You hit the jumper. I asked online for first goal scorer predictions, and I said the more specific prediction, the better. May have created a monster with some of you out there.
I like it.
Jordan Stahl, this comes from Caniac Sessions. Jordan Stahl in the first, right in front of the crease, putting back a rebound through the 5-hole after a point shot from Bernsey.
Okay.
1917. So right out the gate in the first.
All right.
Stahl 5-hole deflection from Slavin on the power play. Maurice will challenge for goalie interference, but this one goes our way. That comes from Dylan. Aaron says first period, 4:13 left. Robinson from Blake and KK on a play that begins with a defenseman clearing the Cane zone, leading to a 3-on-2 rush the other way.
I love this. I love this.
Miles goes with Svech gets a post and in from a pass from Aho halfway through the first period, with Burns also getting assist as the hockey gods smile on us and allow the post to be our friend Finally.
Love it.
13:03 into the first. This comes from A. Rutherford. Svech makes a sweet toe drag pass to the left circle where Jarvis is waiting for a one-timer. He shoots it wide. Morrow keeps it in at the point, gives it to Ghost, who gets a tip from Aho, and it gets by Bob. The goal goes in at 13:11 of the first. There are so many of those, I can't read them all, but just know if it is locked in, if it was sent in before the game and you get it right, reply to that. We will give you your credit when it's due. 7 minutes in, this comes from Caniac Chef. Sebastian Aho fights off a scummy cheap shot attempt from Kachuk to get to the right circle, and one times a Jarvis pass from the goal line, barred down, short side corner. You guys are creative. Our listeners are the best. Can't read them all on air, but I promise you we read them all when they do come in.
Real quick, what's yours?
Mr. Game 1. Stanky gets it started. I think he's a multiple goal game because he's Mr. Game 1. And when he does that, somebody has to get the custom number 22 Mr. Game 1 jersey.
So you're going to go first period?
First period, yes.
Okay. I have Stankoven scoring today, but he scores a game-tying goal in the second period that makes it 2-2.
Okay.
But my first goal score prediction, this one's going to come in the first period. Defensemen are going to get active once again. Shane Gostisbehere gets one to go through. Shane Gostisbehere in the first period on a power play gets one to go through.
Gostisbehere was the runner-up for me as far as players who need to step up.
Yeah.
He scored goals in the second round, which is great. Don't get me wrong. But there were some other things that I think he could clean up, and then it would have been a really, really good series for him.
Mm-hmm.
So Gostisbehere, I think, has a chance to be a difference maker if he can clean some things up. Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com, Canes team reporter, expected to join us here outside of the Lenovo Center. We want to get the insight from the inside. Walt Ruff joining us next. Stick around.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in the Triangle. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
Now's the time, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $100 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.35 to 4.58. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, I'm Marcy Bailey. And at Bailey's Fine Jewelry, we understand your concerns when it comes to buying an engagement ring. Am I paying too much? Am I getting a quality diamond? Will she love the ring? Rest assured, we prioritize your happiness as much as the exquisite diamonds we offer. That's why we provide unparalleled guarantees to give you peace of mind. First of all, we offer an incredible 30-day money-back guarantee. Secondly, with our unique 100-day price protection, we promise you'll get the best price, quality, and value. But if you find a better offer, we'll match it and give you 10% of the difference. But we don't stop there. We also offer an unprecedented lifetime diamond guarantee. It's our way of giving you confidence throughout all of your cherished moments. We've been locally owned since 1948, and voted the best jeweler year after year. At Bailey's, we're not just selling jewelry. We're providing a legacy of trust. We invite you to shop with us and experience the difference.
Bingo! The empty net magic! And the Canes have gone up by 3. It's 5-2. Svechnikov, 7th of the postseason.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are joined by Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter. And we are outside his place of business, the Lenovo Center. Walt's digging his intro music, Graham, just letting you know that.
Graham knows what he's doing.
No, he does.
He absolutely does. As does, and I think this goes without saying from things we've said on the show, as does Rod Brindamore, but that doesn't mean I can always understand it on the surface, right? Which leads me to my first question. I think it's a question a lot of people have. If Jalen Chatfield can't go, based on morning skate, it appears like Scott Morrow may be getting his NHL postseason debut. Why? I guess we'll start with, because obviously Rod has his reasons and it would make a lot of sense just based on trusting him. But, Nikishin did get the call in Game 5.
Yeah, a lot of people were very excited to see what Alexander Nikishin could do up there in D.C. But as for tonight, I think I'm just going to echo what Rod Brindamore said after morning skate. He said Scott's earned his shot, right? He got called up during some, I'll say, interesting times this season. I mean, he skated as a 7th defenseman. There were guys banged up throughout the course of the season. He missed out on his first AHL All-Star game to get recalled up here. So been a weird year for Scott. But you know what? I think 14 NHL games, played 2 at the end of last year, 6 points. And to me, what that says is, yes, he's an offensive defenseman, but he's picked up on the way that Tim Gleason and crew want to play on the blue line. And yes, they play the same way in Chicago, but clearly both Rod and Gleason have seen something that they trust Scott in a what would be a tough situation tonight if he could get it.
The tantalizing potential of Nikishin, how much of that could potentially be maybe not maximized or held back by his unfamiliarity with the system and also the language barrier, which I think we're downplaying a little bit because we don't have to communicate with them. So
right.
Yeah, throw them out there, hand signals, right? Like whatever you guys got to do.
Yeah, no, I think the language barrier and the handedness are the two big things here. Alexander Nikishin being a lefty. We saw Shane Gostisbehere playing his offside up there in Game 5 in DC, and Gostisbehere is capable of it, but this team puts a lot of stock into having the even lefty-righty on each defensive pair. So those are the two things that I think it comes down to. Very excited to see what Scott can do tonight.
Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, joining us here outside the Lenovo Center. 8 o'clock puck drop scheduled just a few feet from where we're sitting inside the Lenovo Center for Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals. I vividly remember sitting in this exact spot. I think it was before Game 1 of the first round series, and we were talking about Svech, and we were talking about shoot. Right? It's just everybody wants to see him shoot more, and sometimes he may see himself as a distributor, but we wanted him to shoot. Why is he listening now, right? I feel like people have been telling him that for 4 or 5 years, and the last 2 series has been like, yes, from now on, that's how you play, Svech. You shoot like that, and it's working.
It's just as much mental as it is physical, right? I mean, it's crazy. You got to think Andre's feeling confident after how the first 2 series has gone. He's done everything that he needs to be doing to be successful. He's finding the back of the net. He's impacting the game in a physical way. That's what a lot of fans, like you alluded to, have been wanting to see for a very long time. He got off to that great start a couple seasons ago where he was on pace for 30, 40 goals. He was a physical menace, and then he gets hurt. So for the here and now, Andrei Svechnikov's rolling, and like you, I'm hoping it continues this time around.
And he's staying out of the box.
Yeah.
He has only one penalty.
For the superstitious people out there, we are knocking on wood actively.
But that is something that's always been a knock on him as well. Is like he takes a lot of penalties. I mean, this is one of those things like you just stay quiet like a pitcher with a perfect game or a no-hitter. Like, don't tell him. Like, hey, don't tell Andre that, hey, you're doing a good job staying out of the box. And all of a sudden, if you say that to him, he might get, double minors. But that's also a big part of his game as well. It's like playing on that edge, but not crossing it.
Yeah, exactly. He has that power forward type build, right?
Yeah.
It's a rare combination to where he can score and he can also put guys through the boards. But you bring up a good point. He's walked that fine line, especially this time of year where in a tight series, one special teams instance can make or break you. And hopefully nothing changes here in the Eastern Conference Final.
A big part of tonight's game and this series is the storyline from last time, right? Two years ago, you face off against the same team in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's 4 classic games that all go against you just by a hair. Obviously, there are some new players, right? There is roster turnover. There are new guys bringing new skill sets. But of the core, like the we're talking Aho, we just mentioned Svech, Jordan Stahl, Jordan Martin, the guys that have been a core of both. What's the biggest difference in their performance or in what they're bringing to the table, other than like, hey, now we're skating along Taylor Hall instead of whoever was there before?
Yeah, every series and every team takes on a life of its own, right? But what I think has stuck with that core group of guys, and especially Rod Brind'Amour, because he touched on it yesterday, is the fact that Rod had that since viral comment of we didn't get swept, right?
Yeah.
But what he actually meant by that was any of those 4 games could have gone either way. They liked the way that they played. Yes, they would have obviously liked to have had a different outcome and have done certain things a little bit differently, but they felt like they played a good series. They were very much so in every single game. And when the margin of error is that small, you don't forget that, right? I mean, all of those guys that you just listed, Jacob Slavin, Frederick Anderson too, everybody who was here 2 years ago, they understand the pain and what it feels like to be on the wrong side of things. And obviously they're now transitioning that into what is hopefully a learning experience for the 2025 edition.
What he meant was we weren't outclassed.
Exactly.
Not like 2019 when they lost to the Boston Bruins, which, let's be honest, they overachieved to get to the Eastern Conference Finals back then. That's what he meant. Like, they weren't outclassed.
It is a really hard conversation to have because as soon as you say it, you're like, oh, there's the clip. But it makes sense if you really think about it when you lose the games in the way that they did. Sebastian Aho, he is more and more like completely uncomprehendable to me because I think he's a superstar. There's not many superstars that would go a 5-game winning series and not score a goal. Yet every time I would say that, somebody would tweet at me, oh, but he was X percentage in the face-off circle, and he tied for the team lead in hits, and he had the assist, and he's a great forechecker and backchecker. And I'm like, I'm not denying any of that. It's just it seems like most superstars go out of their way to make sure they score. What is like a successful series for Aho looking forward? Does he have to score, or is it just like with his leadership, if they win, it's a great series for him? Like what? If we're looking 2-3 weeks from now back at this series and say Sebastian Aho had a great series, how do we know? I guess is kind of what I'm looking for.
That's a good question. You'd love him to be on the score sheet, but I'll throw a quick question back to you. What's this team's bread and butter?
Everybody's shots on goal, pressing, attacking, relentlessness,
defending too, right?
Yeah.
They defend well.
Defend
they
200 feet.
Exactly.
And possession of the puck, so your defense can stay aggressive and all of those things.
Exactly. Some of those things have metrics tied to them that you can quantifiably say he did well here.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the defensive things, maybe not so much, right? And it's the same conversation we have with Jacob Slavin every year. He's a superstar. He's finally getting some love around the league for it, but it's maybe just hard to say, like, round 1, Andrei Svechnikov goes out and has that monster game for Newark where he has the hat trick. He's all over it. He's beefing with Jacob Markstrom. You can cut the clips and say, that guy is a star. He had a great game there. It's a little bit harder to say with obviously a guy like Slavin, and maybe not quite to the same realm, but I think you guys get what I'm getting at with Sebastian Aho there.
And like the way I described it was Slavin isn't in the mix for the Norris Trophy because he doesn't score enough goals.
Yeah,
which makes no sense. Like to me, the defenseman needs to score goals. So there's almost no way Aho will get in the conversations that I think he should be in without scoring enough goals, because you can't even be in the defenseman category without scoring enough goals.
Exactly.
So it's really difficult to wrap our head around. I do have to ask this question. This is like a requirement of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
How boring are the Canes?
Oh, okay. I thought we were going on the first goal scorer.
Well,
but you've done a great job with that bit, by the way. That's taken off.
The boring deal?
No.
Oh,
the first goal scorer.
Yeah. I was like, trust me, I'm not the one saying boring. I thought
No. How boring are the Canes?
I mean, just because it's become, I don't know, a rallying cry, but also now national media and media for other teams are like doubling down on it.
It's like Bunch of Jerks 2.0, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
it
you
has
know?
in its infancy. It still has to grow, but there's a seedling there.
I'll go on the same rant that I went on NHL Network yesterday. You can call them boring. They don't care. All this locker room cares about is winning games. It doesn't matter how it gets done. We know, and anyone who's paid attention to this team over the last, really the Brind'Amour Moore era, you're not going to get those 7-6 games. You're not going to get those 5-4 games. You're not going to get the up and down the ice chance after chance. Sorry, don't get me wrong. I love that brand of hockey. It is super fun. There's a reason why a lot of times after leaving here, you go and turn on the Edmonton Oilers, right? Because you never know when you're going to see Connor McDavid flying up the ice or Leon Draisaitl. But the Canes are just on the other end of that paradigm. They're going to win 2-1, 3-1, sloppy, grimy, greasy games, and they don't care. That's just how they do it.
From an entertainment standpoint, you need both.
Mm-hmm.
You don't appreciate 7-6 if you don't occasionally watch a 3-1, and you don't appreciate a 3-1 if you don't occasionally watch a 7-6. You need, if every team played the same style, it would be wildly boring. If you wanted to criticize the NBA, it's like, oh, everyone is threes and layups, everybody the same deal. You need the variety, or else it becomes boring.
You bring up a great point, real quick, and I know that we got to wrap up, but Connor McDavid
we'll move ads for Walt Ruff.
Connor McDavid had a great clip. I think it was last week. He gets annoyed because the Edmonton Oilers are consistently asked, "Do you think you can defend with teams?" So it's total polar opposites. People are asking Edmonton, "Can they defend?" Why are the Canes boring? It's somewhere in the middle.
It's 100% somewhere in the middle. I think you need both.
Can't do enough of either. You're Toronto.
Dennis.
Hey, no joke there. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead.
No, you're not.
Once they lose, they don't have a leg to stand on. First goal score predictions. You brought it up. You're doing a better job leading the show than I am. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I'm always going to say first period because I think starts to the games are so important.
Why put energy into the world elsewhere?
Exactly.
Right?
These games are going to be so tight, though. It might be 2:36 a.m. until we get the first goal of the night, as we've seen already with these two teams. Give me Andrei Svechnikov first period. He's got to have another impactful series. We were talking about him already. Let's get it going early. It's so much easier to play with the lead than playing from behind. Let's do it.
Speaking of things we're trying to get started, Logan Stankoven, Mr. Game 1.
Yep.
He had 2 in the Game 1 against the Devils. He had another goal in Game 1 against the Caps. 3 goals in 2 Game 1s. I think that's my first goal score prediction.
If he does it again tonight, I don't think anybody can argue with
Mr. Game 1, Logan Stankoven.
I'm going to ask him that in the locker room.
Walt, we appreciate you for coming out.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right. We have the starting 5 coming up next, where we will hit 5 keys to the game for the Canes.
Miller Lending, Tim.
But first, Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. Miller Lending, obviously, they're here to help you make money. I mean, what else is there to do? So as I bring up the information here, we know what we know about Miller Lending, just like we know what we know about some of these teams, right? You know what they're good at. What is Miller Lending good at? Finding you the lowest rate possible on your mortgage and not charging you costs and fees. They're the home of the no closing cost loan, right? Call that like Carolina's defense, right? The thing they hang their hat on, the thing they do best. Gordon's been doing no closing cost loans since 1987. So allow him to give you the flexibility, the adaptability to pounce when rates drop, right? Lock in your mortgage now because you need a house. Lock in your mortgage now because you need to upsize, downsize, right? Life is happening. If rates are a little higher than you want, if your monthly payment's a little higher than you want, be prepared to refinance as soon as those rates drop, if and when they do. And no cost, no fees out of your pocket. So it's just the lower monthly fee or lower monthly payment. It really is that simple. If you want to learn more about how they do it and how you can take advantage of it, give them a call. 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377, or visit them online, millerlending.com. Once again, millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. I promised the starting 5 with all keys to the game. We'll get to it coming up next. Stick around.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 1.
Svechnikov scores! Carolina strikes first. It's 1-0 Hurricanes.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Andrei Svechnikov beats Thompson, and Carolina takes a 2-1 lead.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Need CPAP supplies fast? I'm Brandon Giggling, president of Parkway Sleep Health Centers, and we are the Triangle's top sleep provider, offering quick access to the equipment you need for better sleep. Get the right supplies right when you need them. With over 20 years of experience, our expert team is here to help you sleep better, sooner.
Discover why so many trust Parkway Sleep Health Centers for better sleep. Visit parkwaysleep.com now and start your journey to a healthier night's sleep. Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Sound sleep. Sound health.
Is going to your local bar the worst part of your day? The bartender ignores you, mediocre food, warm beer? Then why go there? Take 5 minutes and drop in at Sharky's, where they'll give you a free evaluation, and you can learn about all the bars that you shouldn't go to. Sharky's has helped thousands find the right bar to hang at. What are you waiting for? Sharky's evaluation could be the cure to the worst part of your day. Change your bar, change your life. Sharky's, 5800 Durham Road by the Shell Station.
At Atlantic Spas and Billiards, we have been setting the standard in wellness and leisure since 1987. We offer family-sized and saltwater hot tubs for as low as $79.95 and try out our free-flow plug-and-play spas starting at $42.95. Explore endless pool swim spas, Finleo saunas, hot tubs, cold plunges, indoor and outdoor game tables, grills, and more. Atlantic Spas and Billiards is family-owned with local service. We service what we sell. Come by our store on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh today. Experience wellness, relaxation, and fun.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! And are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
I'm attorney Brian Richie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at richielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm WRAL meteorologist Mike Mays. After midnight and toward daybreak, we're watching out for the chance for showers and storms. Some strong, maybe severe, the low 67. Tomorrow afternoon, with the approach of the front, can't rule out a shower or storm. The high temperature at 88.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones closes the day down 114 points at 42,667. This hour of the drive is brought to you by Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. Deep River Sporting Clays wants you to come fight the clay invasion. Come shoot down the clay targets at Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. Visit deepriversportingclays.com.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. It is officially past 5 o'clock, which means we are within 3 hours of this scheduled puck drop.
That much longer?
We're so close yet so far. That's actually a good metaphor, by the way, for where the Canes are in their postseason. Feels like they've come so far. 2 hard-fought series, played really well. I mean, there's still a lot of road ahead for them to achieve the goals that they're trying to achieve. And because of that, I've put together 5 keys to the game and series, kind of similar.
All right.
For the Canes, that's going to be our starting 5. Let's go ahead and fire up number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now Jarvis, he'll drop this one. Off the catch and rebound. He scores! Seth Jarvis on the doorstep, pounds it home, and it's 2-0 Carolina.
That's a Seth Jarvis goal. We'll talk about Jarvis. Number 5 is not about Jarvis.
Okay.
Number 5 is about Andrei Svechnikov.
Oh, yeah.
We just talked about him. The reason why we're leading off the starting 5 with Andrei Svechnikov is because I think a lot literally starts with him, right? He is, with the aggressiveness he's shown, I think if you look at, for example, the Cap series, and we made a big deal of it, and I think rightfully so, the variety of goal scorers, I think everyone else's job when it comes to goal creation and goal scoring becomes easier when the opposing team, their defense, their coaching staff, their scouting department has to deal with an aggressive Svech, right? When they have to put their main resources there, it opens it up for everybody else. And then on top of that, he's good enough, he's skilled enough to still get his shots on goal. So basically what I'm saying here is please keep shooting Svech.
Yes.
Please stay aggressive. The way Chad LaRose described it earlier in the Cup check-in. Keep skating on your toes, right? Get downhill. Go towards the goal. I mean, I love that maybe the most important goal he scored in the Cap series was from a nearly impossible angle, right? It was just keep putting pressure on the goalie and things will break your way, right? He's in what was the stat I brought up earlier? 5-on-5 shots per 60. He is pacing the entire postseason. Number 1. And we're talking like Makar, Ovechkin are 2-3 shots per 60 behind him, and they're the closest of anyone in the postseason. Svech is absolutely ready. You know how I talked about how hockey players have cool ways to say things?
Yeah.
Like he's ripping the pill. Like that's just an awesome way to say it. He's scoring a bunch. He's shooting a bunch, and I want that to continue. I think that's the key to the game.
I think a big thing for Andre, or I guess for this Canes team, is that when you look at Carolina in the last couple of years, how they went out and got Jake Gensel, they went out and got Mikko Rantanen because they wanted to have that top-end scorer for the postseason.
I love where this is going.
Svech is like, I'll be that guy. And we've been wanting and waiting for him to be that guy for years. Unfortunately, injuries have set him back so many times in the postseason. Now he's finally being that guy.
And I'll throw this one out there. I love a great sports movie quote. Remember the Titans, Denzel Washington to Ronnie Bass, Sunshine, right? When I was growing up, I had 12 brothers and sisters when I think it was when my dad died. I had to step up, I had to be the man of the house. Your team out there needs you to step up. And then Ronnie Bass goes out there and plays great. And the assistant coach, of course, looks towards 12 brothers and sisters? 8. 12's better. 12's better. 12 sounds better. It's kind of that deal, right? Svech, when we wanted him to be their main goal scorer in the postseason, left some to be desired. But when there's no other options and we need him to, Mikko's not here, Gensel's not here, right? The guys that were brought in to do that aren't here. He's like, all right, you got to step up. It's a necessity thing. I'm a big fan of what Svech has done through 10 games this postseason. That's number 5. Let's hit number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, all together.
Now Hall, all alone, in on Thompson. Hall scores! What a play! What a transition pass! And Taylor Hall puts Carolina back up by 2. It's 3-1.
If you have to play one of the young guys on the blue line, help him out.
Yep.
Scott Morrow, based on morning skate, we're reading tea leaves, appears to be the one that'll be getting the call today if Jalen Chatfield can't go. If it's him, if it's Nikishin, whoever it is, between the two of them, they have a combined 17 games of NHL experience, 1 in the postseason. Help them out, right? It is whoever's the skating partner, whoever's their defensive pairing, be ready to cover for a mistake or two. Hate to put more on Freddie's plate, but if they do make a rookie mistake, the no harm, no foul element is still there if you can make the save. It's not ideal to put somebody with that little experience in there in the postseason, but if you're backed into a corner and you have to, the Canes have enough talent around them to you're never going to like take all responsibility off of a player if they're on the ice. But right, the forwards can get hustle back and get one more back check in, right? They can get one more deflection, one more thing to make their job easier. If you have to play them, make their job as easy as possible.
And something that Rob Brindamore and Tim Gleason, the defensive coach, can do especially in a home game is help protect a young defenseman in these situations in terms of you get that second change. You can help protect a young guy at home doing that. You also can make sure that if you want to only put them in 5-on-5 situations, you can also have basically kind of like we saw in the game 5 against Washington, where Nikishin played, 10.5 minutes? That's all it was. But here's something that you do when you have Scott Morrow in there. Because Scott Morrow being a right-handed defenseman, Nikishin being a lefty shot, Chatfield being a right-handed shot himself, is that you don't have to force Gostisbehere to play out of position. Because when you play Gostisbehere out of position alongside Alexander Nikishin, not only is Gostisbehere having to adjust his job, and you have a new guy in, you actually are altering 2 defensive positions as opposed to just 1. So that's the key thing as well. Is like Gostisbehere can play in his natural spot, and only Morrow has to fill in where Chatfield is, and you only are compromising 1 position as opposed to 2.
And then the flip side of that coin is true too. If it is Morrow, if you get the call, be ready.
Yeah.
Right? This is your chance. This is your opportunity. And he basically said as much. Like if he draws in, he's like, I'm gonna play my tail off, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna go out there and give everything I got. And that's important too, because you mentioned that, and granted this was on the road, so you have a little less protection with second change and things like that. But Nikishin played 10.5 minutes, right? All of it, I believe, 5-on-5. Yet he still was caught one-on-one with Ovechkin at a few points in time. Like, you're not going to be able to completely put, I've got a 4-year-old home, so I'm thinking this. Like, you can't put the floaties on in the deep end all the time. Occasionally, you're going to have to sink or swim. And that's where Morrow can earn more respect and earn more responsibility is, when they can't protect you, when they can't help you out, when you are on an island, make the play. At least do everything you possibly can to make the play. But that'll be a story, especially if Morrow draws in today. It'll be a story to watch throughout the game. That's number 4 on our starting 5. Keys to the game. Let's get to number 3.
He'll get it to Walker. Walker's got Roslovic with him. Walker holds, shoots, and scores! Sean Walker's first postseason goal, and it is a monster!
It was a monster. Shout out to Mike Maniscalco on the call. Number 3, keys to the game. For some reason, we talked about this a lot more for the Caps, and it's the Tom Wilson of it. Control your emotions against a team that is going to try to draw you into things.
Oh, yeah.
Brad Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk, like
Sam Bennett.
There's
a team full of rats.
Just because they're also, and this Tom Wilson had some of this, just because they're also really good skaters and really good hockey players. I think we've talked more about that than maybe the other side of things. But the Canes can't get dragged into something they don't want to get dragged into. I think they handled Tom Wilson about as well as you could.
Yeah.
There's, like, as somebody that enjoys some trash talk, right? If I'm in a competitive situation, I like to throw barbs. There's nothing funnier when somebody goes over the top with trash talk and gets absolutely no response, and they're kind of just out there like, oh, okay. For example, Tom Wilson doing the storm surge, and everyone on the Canes just looking at him like,
Just laughed.
And then he just had to kind of finish the storm surge and then go back to his bench.
Try to make fun of someone for waving a towel.
Yeah.
Like your team has towels too, buddy.
It got to the point where it was like secondhand cringe. It was like watching The Office. It's like, that's embarrassing. And he's not in on the joke, is he? Nope, he is not in on the joke. I think the Canes handled that really well against Tom Wilson and the Caps. And I think they need to do that against the Panthers as well, because, granted, in different ways, they have some of that in their DNA as well, the guys we mentioned.
By the way, Graham, if you're going to pull this clip up of Matthew Tkachuk, the antics from Matthew Tkachuk have already started as of about 8 hours ago. Not
Pre-game.
Probably more of like 6 hours ago. But during this morning, so just kind of give you guys a little bit of a paint the picture, down in in the bowels of PNC Arena where the locker rooms are. The NHL has set up the podium for press conferences for after morning skates and post game in the area where the visiting teams have workout equipment so they can do weightlifting and things along those lines. Well, Matthew Tkachuk really wasn't happy about that, apparently. So when Taylor Hall and Jordan Stahl were at the press conference this morning after morning skate, well, let's just say you could hear Matthew Tkachuk in the background. Graham, play that clip.
Taylor, I asked Seth yesterday, I was a little surprised to where you both were started this year, I know where you are now.
Yeah, it's should I go or?
So that thumping you heard in the background was Matthew Tkachuk throwing a medicine ball against the wall because, hey, you know what? I don't care. So again, that's the rat. That is next level rat from Matthew Tkachuk, way above even Tom Wilson himself.
See, to me, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If you respond to that, he gets what he wants.
Exactly.
If you don't, he's just throwing a medicine ball really hard for no reason.
Yep.
And then at some point, just has to stop and put the medicine ball back up.
Don't pull an oblique here, buddy.
And walk away. It's mind games, right? And 7-game series, there's more mind games than the one-off or the back-to-backs you play in the regular season. There's more I needle you in game 2 and I try to get the benefit of it in game 3 and I try to get in your head. We saw this all the way back in the Devils series with Svech and Markstrom. And Svech and half of the Devils. He was in their head, right? And it played to the Canes' advantage. Don't let that happen against you. Right? The Panthers have plenty to keep your hands full just in the hockey. Don't get involved with that other stuff unless you're going to go full, sports ninja yourself, sports judo, right? And use their momentum against them. If you're very confident in your ability to win those matchups, then you can get in their head as well, right? It's if you're going to trash talk with Gary Payton, you better be pretty darn confident that you're not going to be the one that gets twisted up into your emotions.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty good at it. And I'm not saying they're Gary Payton, but you get where I'm going at. That's number 3. Let's hit number 2.
Just the two of us. Bingo! The empty net magic! And the Canes have gone up by 3. It's 5-2. Svechnikov, 7th of the postseason.
Start fast. And tonight especially. And I'm not saying start fast and we want to play well from the beginning. We'd love to get a first period goal. All of that goes without saying. My point on this specifically is the Panthers were playing Stanley Cup postseason hockey 45 hours ago. And they had to travel in those 45 hours. If you have the puck and you're 50-50 on should I push it or should I bring it back, lean towards pushing it, right? Hey, should we reset? Should we push it? Lean towards pushing it because I do think you have a rest massive advantage. You have a fatigue massive advantage in that, right? You've gotten to go through a recovery system. You get to talk with the trainers. You get to replenish your carbohydrates. You get to practice. You get to lift weights. You've had time off. They haven't had any of that. So it's only an advantage if you take advantage of it, quite literally. Don't let them have a rest. Don't let them catch their breath. What was actually loved, and I forget who said it most recently, but we've heard it from the Canes in the past, that they have a team rule. You rest on the bench.
Oh, Gostisbehere said
was it
that this weekend,
Gostisbehere?
Yeah. You rest on the bench, not on the ice.
I love that, and I want it to be 10 times more true today than in other games, just by the nature of and I said this yesterday. I don't want to give the Toronto Maple Leafs a ton of credit because of the Toronto Maple Leafs, but thank goodness they won Game 6 because that pushed them to Game 7 and it made Florida play another game. And then thank you to the NHL for scheduling it in a way that they played on Sunday night game, and now they're back playing Tuesday on the road night game. Take advantage of that, and the way you do that is by absolutely letting it rip early and often. First period should be on played on fast forward is kind of the way I'm thinking of it. Play early, put the pressure on them early, see if you can't get them off their game.
And not just for game 1, but the effects of jumping on them early will pay dividends in games 3, 4, 5, 6. That's when you're going to start really seeing, hopefully, Florida really start to wear it down then.
Make them chase you. And speaking of make them chase you, we'll chase this guy around till he comes and talks. We have Doug Warf. He, of course, is the president of the Carolina Hurricanes and president of Lenovo Center also, the lovely building we're outside for the entirety of today's show. Doug, welcome.
Thank you, Tim.
All right.
Thanks, Dennis.
Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to talking hockey with you. But first, have you seen the show Shark Tank?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm nervous where this is going right off the bat.
I don't know either.
Dennis, you know where it's going.
Okay. Do it.
So for this first question,
okay,
you're the Shark, right?
Okay.
You're the big investor president of the Carolina Hurricanes. And Dennis is going to come in and he is going to pitch you his idea for a T-shirt business.
Yes.
That we think, I mean, to go in full terms, like, I mean, this is a business with a huge exit coming up, right? We're going to make a ton of money off of it. Tell us if you're in, or if you're going to invest, I guess.
Color me intrigued.
There you go.
Okay, so T-shirt idea, sweatshirt, long sleeves, the whole deal, merch, any way you want to, and just plain text the word boring, and for the O, Canes logo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's it.
I've seen that.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've seen that. I think I mocked that.
Okay, well,
wait, are you saying you've seen it like internally, or has someone else externally come up with it?
We've talked about that. I think there's a piece of this where we don't view our hockey as boring. So
Absolutely
if
not.
we play with it, we want to make sure we're playing in the style of maybe we make your team boring, but we're not boring.
I think the way you handled it after the team handled it and the marketing handled it after the second round, where you put out the clip and, are the Eastern Conference Finals boring? I forget what the exact term was, with a video of tweets and everything. I think by leaning into it almost satirically is like it's a bunch of jerks, right? Bunch of jerks.
Absolutely.
You don't actually think you're jerks, but we're a bunch of jerks, and it's kind of our thing becomes a rallying cry, and it obviously has been, right? I think the boring nature, or the boring, not even nature, the boring calls from national media have, I think they're fun to play with a little bit.
So if we do this now, do I owe you guys money?
Yes.
Like, is this
royalties?
Are we going to work at a deal now at 10%?
We can be paid.
Ask how many
Dennis is willing to
deal.
shake on it. I can be paid in merch. I just give me one of the shirts and I'm in there.
I like Tim's deal. Tim's deal's easier. Dennis drives a hard bargain.
That's fair.
To be completely fair, Dennis was the one that came up with it first. Although I have some tweaks to it if things happen down the future, which we'll save.
You might see some hat tips to boring in the game tonight in the in-game presentation.
All right.
Love that.
And I will say we're trying to do a couple throwbacks. If you're here tonight, there's some things that might pop into in-game that you might not have seen in 10 to 15 years. So we're trying to harken a little bit back to maybe 06. I pleaded so that, like, if it's terrible, blame me.
Okay.
But we'll see how some of these things land.
From what I've gathered, nostalgia plays pretty well. So if you're going back to the,
I realize how old I am now.
Those years,
part of what hurts.
People tend to like that. But actually, we're talking with Doug Warf, president of the Carolina Hurricanes in the Lenovo Center. Correct me if I'm wrong on this from where you sit. I feel like there's a lot more new fans being created on this run than maybe even some postseason runs recently. There's more, hey, I never really paid attention to the Canes, but there's something about this team that drew me in. I'm answering more questions about, what does this mean? Have you noticed that where, and I don't know if it's the youth, I don't know what it is, but it does seem like this particular year's team is very welcoming or very attractive to new fans.
Yeah, probably not the right person to answer that.
Okay. Not
having been here the last couple of years, part of my hiatus away from the team. But I will say I have been really impressed, to your point, of the amount of new people that are coming in. And I think sometimes you get that when you have maybe a slightly underdog-style team. I think our fans always rally around a national media that's coming against us. I think last year when you get Gensel and there were a lot of expectations and the team was hot, I think that was more of a, man, we expect to win. And I think this year is a grittier team. And I think that one plays well with fans, but I think it has a little bit of an underdog mentality, which I think we all kind of like to lean into.
We do this every single show. But on a game day, we need a first goal scorer prediction. I believe last time you went Kokaniemi because your daughter is a fan.
Yeah, great memory.
So are we sticking with KK, or is there some other indicator on who you think is going to score the first goal?
It's a good question. I'm going to go with Taylor Hall.
Nice.
That's where I would go is Taylor Hall. I feel like it's going to be a first period goal too. I think our bottom six matching up against other teams' bottom six, I think that's what's really driving us. I'm excited to see how we match up with the Panthers here, but I like Taylor Hall tonight.
Doug Warf, president of Carolina Hurricanes in the Lenovo Center, joining us here outside the Lenovo Center.
I brought my own DJ, by the way. You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It was walkout music. A little. Is this like the Oscars? That was how you tell us, like, hey, wrap it up. The speech
I think
is
that's
going
time
on
for me to
longer.
go. I think that's what it was.
No, we're going to keep you as long as you're willing to sit with us. I want to talk Aho, right? From the inside, right? I've been calling him really difficult to comprehend because I consider him a superstar. He doesn't score any goals in the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, but then fans are fighting me every time I bring up that he didn't score goals with face-off percentage and hits and all these other things he does. Almost from a business perspective, how do you react to a superstar who, among superstars, seems the least thirsty, might be the term, to like score goals and make himself the star because he does all the winning things, but he's not crying that he doesn't get the shots?
Yeah. Personally, to your first question as to, hey, there's new people coming in. I think his style of play.
Just so everybody knows, our headphones are going wild right now.
Yeah, they are.
So
I'll pretend like it's not happening. I think his style of play lends to where people like how he sets up. He's not a me-first guy. He's a team-first guy. And I think that's what's great about it. I think when you can win a round, especially in 5 games against a very good team, and your best player doesn't have to score goals, one, it says a lot about your team, but two, I think it sets us up nicely for a deep run. Anytime we've done well here, there are rounds where people kind of ebb and flow. Eric Stahl in 2006. Eric will be in the building tonight, which is pretty cool. But when you think about that 06 run, he was a killer for 2 to 3 rounds and then didn't do a whole lot in the Stanley Cup Finals. But that's when other guys step up. And I think that's the beauty of our team and why people like it.
Power move bringing Eric Stahl back. He may have accepted a job somewhere else. But
well, his brother's still captain.
But I was going to say, power move to bring him back, and I think fans will love to see him with those allegiances. Have we announced the Siren Sounders yet?
We have. We got Tyler Reddick, NASCAR superstar, and then we've got Manny Diaz, head coach.
Oh, nice.
University.
Nice.
So getting some Duke love in there.
All right. I like it. Manny's had a good impact on that program.
Yes. And apparently Kane's fan. So excited to meet him tonight.
Of course. It would be weird to say anything else as you're going to sign the Siren at a postseason game. That is funny. By the way, people are keeping stats on that now. Apparently, McCreary's undefeated in the postseason.
Is he?
I'm just throwing that out there. If it's a must-win game, maybe you got to get the country music guy back.
We've got there's some good folks lined up for game 2. Quick turnarounds are hard, so I appreciate Eric Cole pinching in. But we've got some good folks lined up as we move forward.
All right. Doug, we appreciate you for stopping out here every time you do. Good luck, and we'll see you inside.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Once again, that is Doug Warf, president of the Carolina Hurricanes and the Lenovo Center. We're just going to go ahead and count him as number 1 in the starting 5 and start grabbing some numbers game contestants. Call 919-860-53. Oh, we don't have a numbers game. Perfect. Just got updated on that. So instead, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk more about Sebastian Aho. How about that? What does success look like for the unselfish superstar? Stick around. Aho Talk coming up next.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here's Svechnikov, 2 minutes remaining. Svechnikov left up angle. He scores!
Let's go, Game!
Hall all alone. In on Thompson. Hall scores!
Go Canes!
Wide open. Rebound. And what a save by Anderson!
The Canes' road to the Stanley Cup runs through us. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Hello, I'm John Heister for the Heister Automotive Group. And we're constantly looking for ways to serve you better. One of the ways we do that is with something we call a Go-See. And that's where you select a vehicle from our inventory, and we have thousands, and we get one of our product specialists to bring that vehicle to you at your convenience. How do we do that? Well, it's simple. We have a group of employees that are evaluated based on the number of presentations they do. They're glad to do it. So it's just one more way we get off our keister and bring Heister to you.
Out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You can pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Get cash out now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That's a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours. Use it. Get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB and have nearly 2,500 5-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. Call now to start the conversation. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760. Get debt relief now. Loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781 on approved credit. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Want to score points with your boss? Recruit RoofWorks to your building maintenance team to handle your commercial roofing needs. Hi, this is Holly with RoofWorks. We've helped hundreds of Triangle businesses with their commercial roof maintenance, repairs, and if necessary, total replacements. Our pros come to your site, assess your roofing needs, and then give you a range of options to fit your budget. And we'd love to work with you. For roof maintenance and repair, contact us today at roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins, biscuits, and tea, you can forget the cookbook and spend some well-earned quality time with a delicious dinner from Bojangles. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that bodacious Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned Cajun-fried whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
And the clock hits 0, and the Carolina Hurricanes have won this second-round series with a 3-1 win here tonight. They take the series 4-1, and they will advance.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are getting ready for Game 1. Carolina Hurricanes hosting Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Florida Panthers will be the visiting team. It is a best-of-7 game series. The opening statements will be made tonight at the Lenovo Center, which just so happens to be where we are broadcasting from. And we are, 2.5 hours away from puck drop? And I can tell you the atmosphere here in the tailgating area, here out on the plaza, starting to ramp. I talk about it often, but there's just absolutely no way to replace the electricity that comes with playoff hockey. And you'd think it like flips a switch at the beginning of the game or when the first goal is scored or the first hit.
Yeah.
It really is a slow burn from about 3 hours before, and it just goes like 10%, 20%, 30% until at game time the Caniacs are ready to explode. And it all happens right here at the Lenovo Center. So I'd say we're well on our way, about the 23-24% hype. But you got to pace yourself. Is the only way to describe it. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
Yeah, don't waste all your energy before the game if you're coming here, by the way.
No, but also,
like I said, build into it. Go ramp up.
You don't want to pull a hammy either, right? Get it good and loose.
Exactly.
One of the through conversations that we've had today, we've had Walt Ruff on, we've had Doug Warf on, we've asked questions like who needs to step up, and we've talked about last series. even going back to the last segment of the Adam Gold Show, which plays right before this one on 99.9 The Fan. And I think one of the more interesting conversations that just keeps popping up, keeps percolating, is what is success for Sebastian Aho in this series? Obviously, for every Cane and for every player in a sport ever, success is winning.
Winning.
So aside from that, right, when this series is over, looking back at this series, what will make you say Sebastian Aho had a good series? Sebastian Aho had a great series. Sebastian Aho was lights out. Because, I mean, the easy thing would be, oh, he scores 5 goals. Yes, but also I don't think it has to be that, right? And it's part of the reason why he's so difficult to comprehend. Doug Warf, team president, sitting right here just a few moments ago, said it's part of his charm. Part of the reason why this team is so likable is because there's guys like Sebastian Aho that don't need to be super selfish to have a huge impact on the game. But I also think we are live. Give us a first goal scorer prediction. I don't know what you're showing on our YouTube live stream.
Yeah, I
right
don't know
now.
what you're showing over there. Yeah.
Oh, we got Rod Brindamore tattoos.
All right, Graham, hit that dump button. Yeah, sorry, I can't cuss around.
All right,
us around here.
you got to watch your language, buddy. If you're going to be doing that, I want to know who's going to score the first goal today. Give us just an. Kokaniemi,
Right,
show me something.
Kokaniemi.
All right,
All right.
fist bump. Appreciate it, man. That is a very passionate fan.
Yes, Kokaniemi in the first period. That's what we're gonna
Adam
go
Gold will be here at some point, but I don't know where he is, so thank you. We're on the radio, my man, so I'll give you a go Canes, and we got to move on. Go Canes. All right. Kokaniemi is where he's rolling for a first goal scorer prediction. He's a very passionate fan. Sebastian Aho is where we're going with this. Sebastian Aho is where we want to talk. You know what? You're at a game. You get game atmosphere. I'm not going to. I'm not going to go too far into that. Just know that there's some stuff that can't be said on radio that was said pretty close to our microphone.
That's why Graham's got that dump button. Well done, Graham.
All right.
Back in the Lenovo studios.
So the Sebastian Aho conversation is one that's a little bit more tame than the one we just had.
Yeah, so what's success look like for Sebastian Aho in this series?
Here's the tough part for me for answering that question. Aho is very much I do what's needed player, right?
Yeah.
So you can't just say like, oh, how will we know if he has a good series? And it's like, well, whatever's needed, he does. That's too vague. I also, and I've said this before, speaking of guys like the gentleman that was just here, sometimes I think Sebastian Aho would benefit from like 10% more don't tell me what to do, right? Sometimes I think he'd benefit from 10% more obvious selfishness or 10% more jerk, 10% more like I'm going to do it my way. He's so accommodating and so selfless that it becomes a difficult answer for me as far as what success looks like for him. Can you put a number on it or a stat on it?
It really is hard to quantify. Like, what does success look like? Because let's say he scores, 4 goals and has 6 points in this series, averaging a point per game, and the Canes lose. Well, was that successful? Or again, so how do you quantify that? I think the thing that I'm looking forward to him in terms of success for him in this series, how many goals is he on the ice for against at 5-on-5? If he's not on the ice for a goal at 5-on-5, that is success for Carolina. Again, goals against. That is success for Carolina and Sebastian Aho in my eyes, because he's going to be going against one of the top 2 lines for the Florida Panthers, whether it's going to be Alexander Barkov or whether it's going to be, Matthew Tkachuk, whoever is going to be out there on the ice. He's going to be out there a lot himself. Sam Bennett, he's got the match against those guys. If he gives up 0 goals 5-on-5 in this series, that's success in my eyes for Aho.
I'll build off that in the exact other way. One of the ways that Aho is so valuable is not only is he that top line guy, that top line center, but also he plays both special teams.
Yes.
If the Canes have a great series, penalty kill, power play, whether he's the guy scoring the goals on power play or not, I think that shows that he's really locked in, because that's, again, part of the way and reason he has such an impact on winning is what he does on special teams.
Yep.
So if they have a great special teams, I think you attribute that to him. I think if Svech and Jarvis get loose for a bunch of goals, I think that means Aho's playing a great game.
Oh, yeah.
Whether he's getting the assists or not, if he's winning faceoffs and if he's putting them in positions and if he's drawing attention, it really is, I think, maybe one of those unanswerable questions. What came first, the chicken or the egg? What happened at the beginning of the universe? What does a good series look like for Sebastian Aho? Like, it's one of those unanswerable questions, because he is so amorphous. He's such a ball of clay that can mold into whatever you need. But it is part of the reason why we like him. Part of the reason why he's so likable. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We're going to be making some picks. We're going to be talking Canes. We're going to be getting ready for Game 1. And as a gentleman walks by in a Chatman t-shirt, we will update you on the latest that we've heard regarding Chatfield, Jalen Chatfield's availability, and who might be, if he's unavailable, stepping in for him on the blue line. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's The Drive with Tim Donnelly from live outside the Lenovo Center on a hockey night in Carolina.
Is your heating and air system ready for the changing season? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your independent trained dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
Heineken Silver is a world-class light beer with only 2.9 carbs and 95 calories. It keeps things light and refreshing all year round. It's like rain showing up to cool things off and then politely leaving. It's like cracking open a window and nailing the cross breeze. So, as we move into the warmer weather, grab a crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver and taste the difference. Only 2.9 carbs and 95 calories. Available at your local Heineken retailer or for delivery at Heineken.com/silver now. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. TNCs apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Support for The Fan comes from Paramount Pictures presenting Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Every choice, every mission has led to this. Tom Cruise is back as Ethan Hunt in his most challenging mission yet. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, only in theaters and IMAX on May 23rd. Listen afternoons during The Drive with Tim Donnelly this week to win a Fandango gift card to witness the action and adventure on the biggest screen possible. Don't miss your chance to see the movie of the summer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Tim here for All-Star Dog Training. We all know Ripken, the legend, right? The best trained dog in the Triangle. You see him at Bulls games. You see him at state games grabbing the tee. What you may not know is Michael from All-Star Dog Training, the man behind the dog, has won awards like the Voters' Choice Award for Best Pet Training Service 8 years in a row, PBS Emmy Award, hundreds of 5-star reviews. Michael, what else have you done to garner this attention?
We try to help every dog in the Triangle. That's our goal, and I know Ripken will want every dog to be an all-star just like him, so that's why we came out with All-Star Dog Training.
All-Star Dog Training, it's a rebrand in honor of Ripken. What services do you offer?
At our 5,000 square foot facility in Apex, we offer private lessons, day train programs, puppy classes, and even board and trains. But always remember, we'll come to you too.
And it's the same training that not only helped Ripken be such a well-trained legend, but also his full-blooded brother, Champ, who's taken over?
Champ will be there this season for the Durham Bulls.
Same all-star team, new all-star name. Check them out at allstardogtraining.com.
Stahl gets a chance, and he scores! There's a huge goal for the captain as he consumes his first in the series, and the Canes have a 1-0 lead.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are outside the Lenovo Center. By the way, if you are out tailgating, getting ready for game one between the hosting higher seed Carolina Hurricanes and that team from Florida known as the Panthers. If you're here, you're tailgating, you're getting ready for it, stop by, say hi. We are directly between the Lenovo Center and Carter Finley Stadium. If you need a landmark, just look for the bounce houses, and we're on that plaza. And also, we have the QR codes, which I haven't mentioned. The QR codes, which are kind of strapped or tacked to our tent here. If you scan the QR code, you can enter to win an autographed Seth Jarvis puck. That is a crowd favorite, Seth Jarvis, leading goal scorer this season for the Canes, Seth Jarvis, signed puck. All you have to do is stop out. You can give us a first goal score prediction if you so choose, but you should definitely scan to potentially win a Seth Jarvis signed puck. The news, if there is news, right, to debate or in the postseason. Your team kind of is what it is, and because of that, there's very little to debate. There's very little to kind of sink your teeth in, other than just talking matchups or hoping for this, hoping for that. But today there is a little bit of actual news that we get to kind of chew on, which is Jalen Chatfield, who's as dependable of a blue liner as the Canes have outside of obviously Jacob Slavin. Did not play in Game 5 of the second round against the Caps. Tweaked something, had been dealing with something, wasn't able to go. His status is up in the air for today. He did skate at morning skate today. He did not skate at practice yesterday. And while he did skate at morning skate today, he was skating with Alexander Nikishin. Meanwhile, Scott Morrow, a rookie who played in, I believe it was 14 games this year for the Canes.
Yeah.
He skated with Shane Gostisbehere. So we can, use our deductive reasoning to say that at least as of morning skate, the most likely thing to happen was Nikishin and Chatfield would not be in the lineup today, active, and Morrow would be skating with Gostisbehere as part of the active lineup. Dennis, I'll put it towards you.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's kind of like three different conversations here. We'll start with this. What are they missing with Jalen Chatfield if he can't go?
You can argue that he is your best, outside of Jacob Slavin, he's your second best penalty killer. In all honesty, he's your second best penalty killer. His range, his speed, his ability to recover, his quickness, and he's also not afraid to be physical, and he doesn't get pushed around and knocked off the puck a whole lot. He is as sound of a defenseman that can cover your backside as there is on that team. Again, outside of the name of Jacob Slavin.
Mm-hmm.
He, in my mind, is their second best penalty killer on the blue line. So when you take him off, that's a massive loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive loss. So that is something you miss tremendously. You miss his speed. And also he can handle the puck well and get passes up the ice to guys in the neutral zone quite well. That's what you're missing from him.
Here's kind of the irony of Chatfield missing and a rookie, whether it's Nikishin or Morrow, taking his spot. I would love, if you had to play a rookie in this situation, to pair him with Chatfield.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing.
Because he can do so much as far as covering for his partner's mistakes based on speed and the Energizer Bunny nature of his go style of play, which so many Canes do play with. Obviously, Slavin can do a lot of that as well, but you don't want to take Slavin and put him anything other than your top pairing. So a lot of times Chatfield does fill those roles. We have Brian Murphy walking by of WRAL. Brian, give us a first goal scorer prediction. First goal scorer. Who's going to score the first goal for the Canes and in what period? Although I do love 3-1 as a final score. I assume Canes up. Jarvis in the second.
Oh, okay.
Slow first.
Okay.
Slow first. Jarvis in the second, says Brian Murphy. If it's right, we'll give you a shout-out. How about that? That's all we can promise you. You're not eligible for any prizes. You work for Capital Broadcasting. Brian Murphy, WRAL Sports Investigative Reporter, says Jarvis in the second. By the way, check out his reporting. This is a side note on so many things, including how the gambling money, the taxes that have been taken in by the state will be dispersed to athletics programs or schools across the state, meaning universities, as well as so much more. But he's been really good at that, covering that as of late. Okay, second conversation. If Chatfield can't go, Morrow getting the potential nod over Nikishin becomes a point of conversation, right? Nikishin, everybody was so excited about. There were fans calling for Nikishin to play when everybody was healthy.
Yeah, I know.
So now with Chatfield missing, if they go to Morrow, what does that say? Rod's actions, what is that saying?
So a couple things. And this actually, Scott Thomas, actually on our YouTube live chat, actually just mentioned that. So confused on the Morrow thing, but I trust Rod. So the reason for that is multiple reasons. Number one, Scott Morrow has played obviously more games in the NHL and has shown that he can play in the NHL. Mm-hmm. Maybe not be a top-end player yet, but we also understand his prospect and his future as an NHL player for this organization. So he has more games in the system. Second of all, you don't have the language barrier. Because I remember talking to Shane Gostisbehere about this on Saturday during media availability. Gostisbehere was trying to learn a couple of words in Russian just so he could communicate with Nikishin out there on the ice. He tried to learn how to say go in Russian. Literally just the word go in Russian so he can tell Nikishin if he had to go take the puck up ice or go get the puck or whatever it is he needed to do. Literally had tried to learn the word go to communicate. So you lose the language barrier as well. But also something we have to, again, remind ourselves of when it comes to the Rob Brind'Amour system with the Carolina Hurricanes, especially for defensemen. It takes a while to pick up. We have seen Brett Burns, who's going to be in the Hall of Fame, Sean Walker, Dmitry Orlov, all these guys take time to learn the Carolina Hurricanes. Shane Gostisbehere, it takes them 15, 20, 25 games to actually get comfortable to know what they're doing on the ice. Alexander Nikishin has played 10 and a half minutes of hockey in North America. You can't expect a guy coming over as much as talent as he has to step in this system with the language barrier and everything going on, being in this country for a month, to just step in and play playoff.
Use vision and stick handling to set someone else up and score 2 goals, but he also might be more likely to turn it over twice at mid-ice and lead to 2 goals the other way.
Yeah.
Does that sound like something Rod Brind'Amour would sign up for?
No.
Rod Brind'Amour is going to sign up for, you have to show us that you are less likely to make mistakes before we start talking about ceiling. And I'm not saying Scott Morrow has shown that he's mistake-free. Mm-hmm. It's just without the language barrier, with a year in the system, there's a comfort level that he's probably earned both on the ice through 16 regular season games over the last 2 years and practice and preseason and all of this that Nikishin hasn't had the opportunity to earn yet. So it's not a knock on anyone. It's a choice of style, right? I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I think there's different styles of answer. So if it's Morrow, I think that's the reason why. There's less obstacles for him to overcome.
And he's right-handed, which allows Gostisbehere to play on his natural left side, which is something he didn't do with Nikishin. So that's the thing as well, is that if you have to move Gostisbehere, maybe Gostisbehere isn't his most 100% effective if you're moving him, and you have a replacement player. Now you've actually compromised 2 spots on your defensive among your blue line. So that's something to keep in mind as well. 3 right-handed guys, 3 left-handed guys. Everything stays balanced.
And just to be crystal clear here, They have not made an official announcement on who's active.
Yes.
It still might be Chatfield.
It might be.
It still might be Nikishin. It still might be Scott Morrow. It's nothing is set in stone. It's stick around to find out. I would assume there's going to be some pre-game interviews on Stormwatch with Adam Gold. You might get some more information, but I wouldn't expect anything public before that. We're going to stay live all the way up till 7 o'clock. We're not about to let you flap in the breeze as we get you ready for game one. So we'll be back with a look at the matchup, a look at the situations. What does Florida bring that the Canes have to deal with, and vice versa? Stick around.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 1.
Svechnikov scores! Carolina strikes first. It's 1-0 Hurricanes.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Andrei Svechnikov beats Thompson, and Carolina takes a 2-1 lead.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
NASCAR on Prime kicks off this Memorial Day weekend with one of the crown jewels of racing, the Coca-Cola 600.
Green flag flying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
600 miles, 400 laps. This is where legends are made and heroes are honored. And for the first time ever, you can stream it on Prime.
1,000 times, let's do it.
See what it takes to finish first. Don't miss the Coca-Cola 600, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
A pepperoni pizza for the table. May I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time.
Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Handy Hugo's has a refreshing deal. 2 1-liter Pepsis for just $3. Quench your thirst at Handy Hugo's today.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Richie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Richie Law is on top of it. Go to RichieLaw.com.
That's RichieLaw.com.
They score! Broadcasting live from the Lenovo Studios. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
This exclusive pregame coverage of The Drive with Tim Donnelly is brought to you by Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. Deep River wants you to come fight the clay invasion. Come shoot down clay targets at Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. Visit deepriversportingclays.com.
Now Jarvis, he'll drop this one. Off the catching up rebound. He scores! Seth Jarvis on the doorstep, pounds it home, and it's 2-0 Carolina.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. After talking the entire last segment about all the possibilities for who's going to be on the blue line for the Canes, during the commercial break, Pat Welter, our colleague over at WRAL, does great work, gave us the official call from Rod Brindamore. Pat talked to Rod Brindamore. Jalen Chatfield is out tonight, despite skating this morning, and Scott Morrow will make his playoff debut. So Chatfield will miss his second straight game after missing the clincher in the second round. I believe his absence will be missed, as we've talked about a bunch, particularly on the penalty kill. And Scott Morrow will get the call rather than Alexander Nikishin, who did play in Chatfield's spot in the lineup for Game 5. So it'll be Scott Morrow drawing in and making his playoff debut for the Canes. Excellent opportunity for Scott Morrow to have a huge impact on a team with obvious high expectations, Canes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Morrow will be tested, and the team will have to have his back, and Morrow's going to have to play well. I mean, it can't be more simple than that.
No, it can't be. But yes, so it's official now. We know, folks, Scott Morrow is playing today. I get it. I think the decision is fine because here's the thing. If Scott doesn't play well, Scott Morrow doesn't play well, guess what you can do going into Game 2? You can make a change if Chatfield isn't ready to go. Hey, you know what? Morrow can't handle it. Let's go back to the Russian. You can make that choice. It's not do or die right here at Game 1. Obviously, you want to jump all over him Game 1, but guess what you can do? If Scott Morrow struggles, you basically go down to 5 defensemen. You know? And that's what you do. That's basically what they did on Thursday last week in Game 5 against Washington. There's a reason why Nikishin played 10.5 minutes. You'll see Scott Morrow do the exact same thing today.
And yes, I mean, I completely agree with all of that. Also, I believe that the situation may call for a different player.
Yes.
A 0-0 home game, you get second change. Scott Morrow, who maybe doesn't have as much size or whatever, makes a lot of sense, right? Maybe the more conservative play, if you will. On the road, if it's not 0-0, if you have a 2-game lead like you did when you played Nikishin last time, or maybe you're behind and you need a spark, whatever the situation is, maybe Nikishin makes more sense. So, yes, I do think it's a big deal. And secondarily, right, we can debate what we think, why he's doing it, why he's not. This is part of the reason I am such a big fan of Rod Brindamore. Rod Brindamore, I trust, has forgotten more about hockey than darn near anyone else will ever learn. He's not afraid to make the maybe not right down the middle decision.
Yeah.
Right? If it goes poorly, let's just call it what it is. If it goes poorly, Rod's going to have to answer for that. And he's never once made a decision scared. Right? I think there are coaches out there that make a decision based on, you know, I always lean on the Moneyball quote from the late, great Philip Seymour Hoffman's character. Like, I'm going to manage this team in a way that I can explain in job interviews next winter, right? Like, I'm going to manage this team in a way that if it goes poorly, I can point to everybody would have done this. Rod Brindamore has never made a decision like that, right? Alexander Nikishin, all of the hype, all of the attention that he's been given, Rod Brindamore can roll out Nikishin, and if Nikishin makes mistakes, that's not Rod's fault. It's Nikishin, right? You put him in there. You have to. Everybody loves him. Everybody wants him to play. You put in Scott Morrow over Nikishin, people are going to ask questions if it doesn't go well. And I just love that Rod Brindamore has the conviction in his decisions to not care what anything looks like. He's making what he thinks is the best hockey decision, and I love that.
By the way, 2 things. Scott Morrow's not a tiny guy either. He's 6'2", 210. So he's not a tiny guy.
And if you go look at, like, UMass record book,
yeah,
in a lot of records, it's like Cale Makar, Scott Morrow, or Scott Morrow, Cale Makar.
Yes.
Like, he is not anything to mess with at all. Both of them, I believe, are squarely in the plans for next year's blue line for the Kings.
Oh, yeah, 100%. So let's keep in mind, he's not a tiny guy. But let me ask you this question. Was there anything about the way Nikishin played in Game 5 against Washington that said, oh, my God, have to keep that guy in the lineup? Is there anything about that game other than a really good shift in the third period? Other than that one moment, is there anything that outside of that said, yeah, I got to keep this guy in the lineup? Like, did he really prove it's like, whoa, like, even if Chatfield's healthy, I don't know.
Well, gosh, no about starting him over Chatfield.
Yeah, I know, but that's my point. Is like, is there anything that he did that said, yeah, he has to be the guy?
There were, and but like I said, I'm fully on board with the Morrow decision of Radis. There were moments that made you go like, I get it. When
moments.
What's the guy's name? Right out the gate. Was it Marzipan?
Mangiapane.
Marzipan. I don't know why I always call him Marzipan.
I don't know why.
It sounds
it's not
better
worth
to me.
Remembering.
I obviously didn't remember it, but right when I think it was maybe Nikishin's first shift, came flying in, looked like he was going to give him his welcome to the NHL hit, and ended up flat on his back while Nikishin turned around like, what just hit me? Like, who was that? Like, those moments did happen. The good shift you mentioned, I don't know if we can write off that shift. He picked Alexander Ovechkin's pocket.
Yeah.
Then he came down after being set up by a great hustle play from Stankoven. Ripped a very heavy-handed shot that was clocked at 93 miles an hour. Like, Nikishin has that ability. I get both sides of the argument. If there's a fan, if there is somebody that is like, I would 100% of the time, if Chatfield can't go, I would play Nikishin. I get it. If Rod looks at us and says, if Jalen Chatfield can't go, and we've since been told he can't, I'm going with Scott Morrow, I get that too. I think because we're sports fans, and I say this about every sport, because we're sports fans, we're very used to like a winner and a loser, a right answer and a wrong answer. At the end of the game, we're going to look at the scoreboard, and somebody's going to have more points than the other team. It's not always that way. First of all, in life, let's get deep, or in the decisions that you make as a coach, right? It's very much like to use, I took a couple criminal justice classes, right? It's much more civil case than criminal case, right? You don't have to have an answer that is beyond reasonable doubt. You just have to have more likely than not, right? You need 51% of you says play Scott Morrow over Alexander Nikishin for you to play Scott Morrow. You don't have to get a unanimous jury.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm looking at with this. I think they're both right in their own way, but Rod Brindamore has decided that Scott Morrow is the more right decision. And when there's shades of gray like that, I tend to ride with Rod because I don't think he's making decisions for any reasons other than what's best hockey for the team. And that's enough for me, right? I don't want to disrespect Scott Morrow in any way. And matter of fact, I love Scott Morrow's attitude going into this.
Yeah, I'm going to play my bleep off.
Yeah, he talked to the media after morning skate and said, like, I don't know if I'm in. If I am, I'm going to play my butt off. And like, that's just a healthy outlook, right? I've been talking about the Canes' mindset for this entire postseason run, right? Because I'll be real. There's 2 or 3 times where they've run into, like, classic athlete worry parts, right? They rested their starters down the stretch. And you're worried about, will they be able to flip the switch when the postseason starts? They absolutely did. Played really well game 1. They had a week off between game 1 and game 2. How are they going to handle it? They absolutely played well. They went on the road. They won 3 out of 5 games on the road. Like, they've answered all of these mindset questions. It appears as if Scott Morrow has been paying attention, right? He's been around the team, and he's in a good mindset as well. So here'll be my final point here, and I know we have to take a break at some point. 3 guys involved in this conversation. Jalen Chatfield, who's out.
Yep.
Alexander Nikishin, who played in his place in Game 5 of Round 2. Scott Morrow, who will be making his playoff debut in Jalen Chatfield's place tonight. Don't negate or downplay or naysay the other 2 because you're high on one.
Yes.
Right? When Chatfield looked like he wasn't going to be playing in Game 5 and the mob of Caniac fans got very excited about Alexander Nikishin playing, one of the first things I thought was, I'm fine with you being excited about Nikishin. Don't disrespect Chatty, right? Because Chatty has played great hockey for this team and is a big part of why they are where they are. Now, Nikishin draws out of the lineup and Morrow takes his spot. And almost my first thought is, don't insult Morrow because you want Nikishin, right? All three of these guys are huge parts of the future of the Canes. There's just one spot for him right now. And I believe it's Chatfield's spot, but he's out with the injury. So there's one spot for two guys that are very good. There's no wrong answer here. Hopefully Rod Brindamore and the coaching staff continue to get the right answer with who they put in. And Scott Morrow, make him right? Because then you get to the motivation things and the pregame speeches. They're betting on you, Morrow. Make them right.
Yeah.
Right? Make them right. It's a big deal that they're giving you this opportunity. Don't take it lightly. And you might only skate for 10 minutes. Make it the hardest skated 10 minutes of your life.
Make it 10 damn good minutes.
If nothing else, just to continue to tire out the Panthers, because there's that going on. The Panthers were playing in an NHL second round game 7 46 hours ago. You haven't played in a hockey game in weeks, Scott Morrow. There's nobody that should be hustling harder than you, and you're probably going to be one of the lower guys on the team in time on the ice.
Yeah, you got fresh legs here, buddy.
Buddy, go. That's kind of Gostisbehere was learning how to say go in Russian to talk to Nikishin. Morrow, you should understand go in every language. Just go. It's a fun one here. We are outside the Lenovo Center getting ready for game 1. The atmosphere is rising. Our energy is rising. We'll continue to get you pumped up here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. We'll get insight from Walt Ruff coming up next from earlier today, but we'll make sure you hear it close to game time coming up. Don't go anywhere.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 1.
Svechnikov scores! Carolina strikes first. It's 1-0 Hurricanes.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Andrei Svechnikov beats Thompson, and Carolina takes a 2-1 lead.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at select Target stores and all Super Target stores.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $100 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.35 to 4.58. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing. Made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories. All without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Every season can be punishing for your roof. Mother Nature is a fierce opponent that doesn't take a break, which is why you need RoofWorks on your building maintenance team. Hi, this is Holly from RoofWorks. We specialize in keeping your commercial roof in great condition no matter what the issue may be. We offer roof inspections, roof repairs, and if needed, a full roof replacement. We help determine if there's a problem with your roof and advise you on the most cost-effective way to handle it. Contact us today at roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Bingo! The empty net magic! And the Canes have gone up by 3. It's 5-2. Svechnikov, 7th of the postseason.
Walt's digging his intro music, Graham. Just letting you know that.
Graham knows what he's doing.
Oh, he does.
He absolutely does. As does, and I think this goes without saying from things we've said on the show, as does Rod Brindamore, but that doesn't mean I can always understand it on the surface, right? Which leads me to my first question. I think it's a question a lot of people have. If Jalen Chatfield can't go, based on morning skate, it appears like Scott Morrow may be getting his NHL postseason debut. Why? I guess we'll start with, because obviously Rod has his reasons and it would make a lot of sense just based on trusting him. But, Nikishin did get the call in Game 5.
Yeah, a lot of people were very excited to see what Alexander Nikishin could do up there in D.C. But as for tonight, I think I'm just going to echo what Rod Brindamore said after morning skate. He said Scott's earned his shot, right? He got called up during some, I'll say, interesting times this season. I mean, he skated as a 7th defenseman. There were guys banged up throughout the course of the season. He missed out on his first AHL All-Star game to get recalled up here. So been a weird year for Scott. But you know what? I think 14 NHL games, played 2 at the end of last year, 6 points. And to me, what that says is, yes, he's an offensive defenseman, but he's picked up on the way that Tim Gleason and crew want to play on the blue line. And yes, they play the same way in Chicago, but clearly both Rod and Gleason have seen something that they trust Scott in a what would be a tough situation tonight if he could get it.
The tantalizing potential of Nikishin, how much of that could potentially be maybe not maximized or held back by his unfamiliarity with the system and also the language barrier, which I think we're downplaying a little bit because we don't have to communicate with them. So yeah, throw them out there, hand signals, right? Like whatever you guys got to do.
Yeah, no, I think the language barrier and the handedness are the two big things here. Alexander Nikishin being a lefty. We saw Shane Gostisbehere playing his offside up there in Game 5 in DC, and Gostisbehere is capable of it, but this team puts a lot of stock into having the even lefty-righty on each defensive pair. So those are the two things that I think it comes down to. Very excited to see what Scott can do tonight.
Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, joining us here outside the Lenovo Center. 8 o'clock puck drop scheduled just a few feet from where we're sitting inside the Lenovo Center for Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals. I vividly remember sitting in this exact spot. I think it was before Game 1 of the first round series. And we were talking about Svech and we were talking about shoot, right? It's just everybody wants to see him shoot more. And sometimes he may see himself as a distributor, but we wanted him to shoot. Why is he listening now, right? I feel like people have been telling him that for 4 or 5 years. And the last 2 series has been like, yes, from now on, that's how you play, Svech. You shoot like that, and it's working.
It's just as much mental as it is physical, right? I mean, it's crazy. You got to think Andre's feeling confident after how the first 2 series has gone. He's done everything that he needs to be doing to be successful. He's finding the back of the net. He's impacting the game in a physical way. That's what a lot of fans, like you alluded to, have been wanting to see for a very long time. He got off to that great start a couple seasons ago where he was on pace for 30, 40 goals. He was a physical menace, and then he gets hurt. So for the here and now, Andrei Svechnikov's rolling, and like you, I'm hoping it continues this time around.
And he's staying out of the box.
Yeah.
He has only one penalty.
For the superstitious people out there, we are knocking on wood actively.
But that is something that's always been a knock on him as well. Is like he takes a lot of penalties. I mean, this is one of those things like you just stay quiet like a pitcher with a perfect game or a no-hitter. Like, don't tell him. Like, hey, don't tell Andre that, hey, you're doing a good job staying out of the box. And all of a sudden, if you say that to him, he might get, double minors. But that's also a big part of his game as well. It's like playing on that edge but not crossing it.
Yeah, exactly. He has that power forward type build, right?
Yeah.
It's a rare combination to where he can score and he can also put guys through the boards. But you bring up a good point. He's walked that fine line, especially this time of year where in a tight series, one special teams instance can make or break you. And hopefully nothing changes here in the Eastern Conference Final.
A big part of tonight's game and this series is the storyline from last time, right? Two years ago, you face off against the same team in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's 4 classic games that all go against you just by a hair. Obviously, there are some new players, right? There is roster turnover. There are new guys bringing new skill sets. But of the core, like the we're talking Aho, we just mentioned Svech, Jordan Stahl, Jordan Martin, the guys that have been a core of both, what's the biggest difference in their performance or in what they're bringing to the table other than like, hey, now we're skating along Taylor Hall instead of, whoever was there before?
Yeah, every series and every team takes on a life of its own, right? But what I think has stuck with that core group of guys, and especially Rod Brind'Amour, because he touched on it yesterday, is the fact that, Rod had that since viral comment of, we didn't get swept, right?
Yeah.
But what he actually meant by that was any of those 4 games could have gone either way. They liked the way that they played. Yes, they would have obviously liked to have had a different outcome and have done certain things a little bit differently, but they felt like they played a good series. They were very much so in every single game. And when the margin of error is that small, you don't forget that, right? I mean, all of those guys that you just listed, Jacob Slavin, Frederick Anderson too, everybody who was here 2 years ago, they understand the pain and what it feels like to be on the wrong side of things. And obviously they're now transitioning that into what is hopefully a learning experience for the 2025 edition.
What he meant was we weren't outclassed.
Exactly.
Not like 2019 when they lost to the Boston Bruins, which, let's be honest, they overachieved to get to the Eastern Conference Finals back then. That's what he meant. Like, they weren't outclassed.
It is a really hard conversation to have because as soon as you say it, you're like, oh, there's the clip. But it makes sense if you really think about it when you lose the games in the way that they did. Sebastian Aho. He is more and more like completely uncomprehendable to me because I think he's a superstar. There's not many superstars that would go a 5-game winning series and not score a goal. Yet every time I would say that, somebody would tweet at me, oh, but he was X percentage in the face-off circle, and he tied for the team lead in hits, and he had the assist, and he's a great forechecker and backchecker. And I'm like, I'm not denying any of that. It's just it seems like most superstars go out of their way to make sure they score. What is like a successful series for Aho looking forward? Does he have to score, or is it just like with his leadership, if they win, it's a great series for him? Like what? If we're looking 2-3 weeks from now back at this series and say Sebastian Aho had a great series, how do we know? I guess it's kind of what I'm looking for.
That's a good question. You'd love him to be on the score sheet, but I'll throw a quick question back to you. What's this team's bread and butter?
Everybody shots on goal, pressing, attacking, relentlessness.
Defending too, right?
Yeah.
They defend well.
Defend 200 feet.
Exactly.
And possession of the puck so your defense can stay aggressive and all of those things.
Exactly. Some of those things have metrics tied to them that you can quantifiably say he did well here.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the defensive things, maybe not so much, right? And it's the same conversation we have with Jacob Slavin every year. He's a superstar. He's finally getting some love around the league for it, but it's maybe just hard to say, like, round 1, Andrei Svechnikov goes out and has that monster game for Newark where he has the hat trick. He's all over it. He's beefing with Jacob Markstrom. You can cut the clips and say, that guy is a star. He had a great game there. It's a little bit harder to say with obviously a guy like Slavin, and maybe not quite to the same realm, but I think you guys get what I'm getting at with Sebastian Aho there.
And like the way I described it was Slavin isn't in the mix for the Norris Trophy because he doesn't score enough goals.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense. Like to me, the defenseman needs to score goals. So there's almost no way Aho will get in the conversations that I think he should be in without scoring enough goals, because you can't even be in the defenseman category without scoring enough goals.
Exactly.
So it's really difficult to wrap our head around. I do have to ask this question. This is like a requirement of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
How boring are the Canes?
Oh, okay. I thought we were going on the first goal scorer.
Well,
you've done a great job with that bit, by the way. That's taken off.
The boring deal?
No.
Oh,
the first goal
scorer.
Yeah.
I was like, trust me, I'm not the one saying boring. I thought
No. How boring are the Canes?
How boring are the Canes? I mean, just because it's become, I don't know, a rallying cry, but also now national media and media for other teams are like doubling down on it.
It's like Bunch of Jerks 2.0, isn't it?
Yeah, it has in its infancy. It still has to grow, but there's a seedling there.
I'll go on the same rant that I went on NHL Network yesterday. You can call them boring. They don't care. All this locker room cares about is winning games. It doesn't matter how it gets done. We know, and anyone who's paid attention to this team over the last, really the Brendan Moore era, you're not going to get those 7-6 games. You're not going to get those 5-4 games. You're not going to get the up and down the ice chance after chance. Sorry, don't get me wrong. I love that brand of hockey. It is super fun. There's a reason why a lot of times after leaving here, you go and turn on the Edmonton Oilers, right? Because you never know when you're going to see Connor McDavid flying up the ice or Leon Draisaitl. But the Canes are just on the other end of that paradigm. They're going to win 2-1, 3-1, sloppy, grimy, greasy games, and they don't care. That's just how they do it.
From an entertainment standpoint, you need both.
Mm-hmm.
You don't appreciate 7-6 if you don't occasionally watch a 3-1, and you don't appreciate a 3-1 if you don't occasionally watch a 7-6. You need, if every team played the same style, it would be wildly boring. If you wanted to criticize the NBA, it's like, oh, everyone is threes and layups, everybody, the same deal. You need the variety or else it becomes boring.
You bring up a great point real quick, and I know that we got to wrap up, but Connor McDavid
we'll move ads for Walt Ruff.
Connor McDavid had a great clip. I think it was last week. He gets annoyed because the Edmonton Oilers are consistently asked, "Do you think you can defend with teams?" So it's total polar opposites. People are asking Edmonton, "Can they defend?" Why are the Canes boring? It's somewhere in the middle.
It's 100% somewhere in the middle. I think you need both.
Can't do enough of either. You're Toronto.
But
Dennis.
Hey, no joke there. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead.
No, you're not.
Once they lose, they don't have a leg to stand on. First goal score predictions. You brought it up. You're doing a better job leading the show than I am. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I'm always going to say first period because I think starts of the games are so important.
Why put energy into the world elsewhere?
Exactly.
Right?
These games are going to be so tight, though. It might be 2:36 a.m. until we get the first goal of the night, as we've seen already with these two teams. Give me Andrei Svechnikov first period. He's got to have another impactful series. We were talking about him already. Let's get it going early. It's so much easier to play with the lead than playing from behind. Let's do it.
Speaking of things we're trying to get started, Logan Stankoven missed Game 1.
Yep.
He had 2 in the Game 1 against the Devils. He had another goal in Game 1 against the Caps. 3 goals in 2 Game 1s. I think that's my first goal score prediction.
If he does it again tonight, I don't think anybody can argue with it.
Mr. Game 1, Logan Stankoven.
I'm going to ask him that in the locker room.
Walt, we appreciate you for coming out.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Once again, that's Walt Ruff, team reporter for the Canes. That conversation actually recorded earlier today. So if you just listened to the entire interview with Walt, at the beginning we talked about the possibility of Jalen Chatfield playing, not playing. Since we recorded that interview, Rod Brindamore made it known to the media that Jalen Chatfield will not be playing in the game tonight, and it will be Scott Morrow drawing into his place. Morrow skated with Gostisbehere during morning skate, so we would assume that would be the case for Morrow as he makes his Stanley Cup playoffs debut tonight. We've talked about that quite a bit. Want to give a shout out to a bunch of fans that have come by. Aaron. We've been taking first goal scorer predictions.
Yep.
Aaron went with Roslovic in the first, I believe.
Yeah, he went with Roslovic.
His pops went with.
Yeah, his dad Lee went with Slavin in the first.
Slavin in the first. Just heard from Rob, who while you were out, Rob went with Stahl in the first. We're going to take more first goal scorer predictions coming up here in a few minutes. So we'll take 3 more official contestants on air. We'll continue to solicit them from the fans here outside the Lenovo Center. But I do like to use first goal scorer predictions as like a way to get the temperature of Canes fans.
Yeah.
To me, and Dennis, you can agree or disagree with this because I know you've been in the YouTube comments. 3 overwhelming majority, like 3 that have been guessed significantly more than others. Svech, makes a lot of sense. He's the second leading goal scorer in the postseason. Stahl, captain in game 1. They love him as the tone setter. And then the other is some form of Aho to Jarvis or Jarvis to Aho.
Yes,
I think
a lot of that.
I think that's just fun. People just like seeing it. They're highly skilled. Those goals are the closest the Canes get to like pretty goals. Are when, I mean, and a lot of times it's something like shorthanded or like an unusual situation where you get Jarvis and Aho breaking out and they get a 2-on-1, and it's the closest you can come to like a beautiful goal, because normally they're grimy and greasy and a little bit dirtier goals for the Canes. So those are the 3 overwhelming favorites I've seen. And then you mix in a Taylor Hall, you mix in a Stankoven, who we call Mr. Game 1, or some other more niche predictions. But those are obviously obviously to me, the most popular ones we've gotten thus far.
Yeah, those are definitely the overwhelming majority of what we've gotten. A lot of Svech, again, a good amount of Seth Jarvis, like you said, a good amount of Aho, but Svech, Stahl, those guys being the tone setters, definitely for sure.
It's funny because I've
expressed interest. And Brock Purdy's perfect for them, and they're perfect for him. He's perfect for them.
I don't know if everybody else is hearing
It
that.
works. It's the way it should be. His value is greatest on that team.
Here's some more serious conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the reality when it comes to the trade-offs. I don't think it's about talent. I think it's an acknowledgement that
because it's reactions to a potential. If you can hear this, let's take some first goal scorer predictions. How about it, right? Let's just get them lined up on the call-in line, and we will go from there. If you want to win an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate, you need to call in for the numbers, or not the numbers game, excuse me, for first goal scorer predictions. Because we're going all the way till 7, because we're staying on air longer, we'll have a second set of first goal scorer predictions for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Call in now, 919-860-5326. You need 2 pieces of information. Who's going to score the first goal for the Canes and in what period they will score it. If you get both right live on air, you get an Apex Racing Lab gift certificate. Call in now. Graham will line you up on the phone lines. We'll hear him on air next. First goal scorer predictions part 2 coming up. Stick around.
It's playoff hockey night in Carolina. The Canes, Florida, in the Eastern Conference Final, Game 1.
Svechnikov scores! Carolina strikes first. It's 1-0 Hurricanes.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 7. Puck drop at 8.
Andrei Svechnikov beats Thompson, and Carolina takes a 2-1 lead.
On your exclusive home for the Carolina Hurricanes, 99.9 The Fan.
Hey girl, haven't seen you downtown lately.
Nope, sticking to our go-to places.
You mean like Sharky's?
Well, we love our Sharkies. Best wings and gumbo on the planet. But we never miss the $5 sangrias on Wednesdays at the new Salt and Lime, and Mexican pints on Thursdays for $3.
You know my boy loves the House of Hops. No better selection of craft beer in the state. Loves their specials, their food trucks, and you know I love my wine. They have a wonderful selection.
And have I told you about our new takeout spot, Che Empanadas? It's right next to Sharky's. They have 20 different types of authentic Argentinian empanadas, and they are incredible, especially the breakfast ones. You gotta try it.
Sounds perfect. And how awesome is it that they're so close to each other?
Yes.
Give them a try. Che Empanadas, House of Hops, Salt and Lime, and Sharky's. Just a hop, skip, and a jump from each other off Durham Road, Glenwood, and Grove Barton.
Hey everybody, it's Paul Ihander from 99.9 The Fan for FanDuel. FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or a 3-2 pitch smoke to center field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Paul and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Paul, Paul with a capital P, and claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus and present in North Carolina, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
At Atlantic Spas and Billiards, we have been setting the standard in wellness and leisure since 1987. We offer family-sized and saltwater hot tubs for as low as $79.95 and try out our free-flow plug-and-play spas starting at $42.95. Explore endless pool swim spas, Finleo saunas, hot tubs, cold plunges, indoor and outdoor game tables, grills, and more. Atlantic Spas and Billiards is family-owned with local service. We service what we sell. Come by our store on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh today. Experience wellness, relaxation, and fun.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey friends, Paul Eihander from 99.9 The Fan for Clayton Homes. And as you know, here in North Carolina, summer's heat up. And so are those deals at the Clayton Homes Sign and Save event. Right now, you can save up to $5,000 instantly on a brand new home. That's $2,500 off a single section or $5,000 off a multi-section home. And you know these homes are built tough in state-of-the-art facilities that protect them during construction. And you know every home is loaded with Energy Smart features, giving you comfort, efficiency, and long-term savings. And with tons of floor plans and fully furnished models, it's easy to find your perfect match. Visit your local Clayton Homes or Oakwood Homes or check out limited time offers now at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. But don't wait. The Clayton Homes Sign and Save event ends August 31st. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating Clayton Homes family of brands retailers through 8/31. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply.
And the clock hits 0, and the Carolina Hurricanes have won this second-round series with a 3-1 win here tonight. They take the series 4-1, and they will advance.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan from live outside the Lenovo Center. I feel like we've been saying we're bearing down on Game 1 for like 12 hours.
Right.
We've been sitting here since 3 o'clock getting you ready. We are officially less than an hour and a half from puck drop, from the schedule of puck drop, here at the Lenovo Center. Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals. Canes hosting the Florida Panthers. And because we've extended the show, we're bringing on 3 more official contestants for first goal scorer predictions.
Go.
And we're doing so just because we want to give out more the possibility of more Apex Racing Lab gift certificates. The ultimate sim racing experience is at Apex Racing Lab. Rev up your engines at Apex Racing Lab, the Triangle's largest sim racing destination. Experience the ultimate thrill with 20 cutting-edge simulators, expert instructors, and world-class virtual tracks located in Carey's McGregor Village in Greater Raleigh. Visit Apex Racing Lab today and unleash your racing passion. Learn more at apexracinglab.com. Now we have 3 contestants on the line ready to roll. The only rules is with this extended extra first goal score prediction is they can't double up with the callers from earlier today. So
Yes.
if they do make a same prediction, we will simply say that one's already taken. You have to pick again. That's the only change.
So we've had Stahl in the first, Jarvis in the first, and Svech in the first period.
So they
those
have to
are
go
off the board.
They can take those players in a different period, or they can take different players in whatever period they want. Malik and Raleigh, you are up first. Malik, welcome to the show. Go ahead and give us our first goal scorer predictions.
All right, I'm going with Ghost in the first on a power play.
Ghost, was that your pick?
That was my prediction.
Are you piggybacking off of Dennis's, or did you guys reach Great Minds Think Alike, reach the same thing in independently?
I think Great Minds Think Alike.
Okay.
I like Malik.
All right,
I like Malik. I knew I liked Malik.
Malik, stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you, but you are locked in with Ghost in the first. We have Zach and Marion. Zach, you are up next. Welcome to the show. Happy you called in. Give us your first goal score prediction.
All right, I'm going to go with Stanky in the first period off a deflection in front of the net.
Now I have to ask the same question.
Okay.
I am on Logan Stankoven in the first. Did you come to this independently and Great Minds Think Alike, or are you piggybacking off of my pick?
I thought of this independently.
Beautiful. Great Minds Think Alike.
Love it.
I knew I liked you, Zach. Right now, it's Dennis and Malik against me and Zach. Although we all win if any of them score in the first period. Go ahead and stay in the line. Graham will grab some info from you. And finally, we have Eli and Apex. Eli, I know earlier I said we were done with the first goal score predictions, but you're actually our last official contestant for first goal score predictions. End it with a bang. Who's your pick and in what period?
Always going last hurts because you get two guys to take your picks, so I got to go with somebody different. I'm going to go with Taylor Hall in the first.
You are good there.
Yeah, good
Taylor
to go.
Hall in the first. We did have somebody pick it. Was it?
It was Doug Warf.
Doug Warf, the president of the Carolina Hurricanes,
Yeah.
is on the same pick as you. So everybody's paired up pretty well with first goal score predictions. Eli, we appreciate you for calling in.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has some power over the building, maybe the president of the Lenovo Center. Go ahead and stay on the line. Graham has some info he needs to grab from you, but you're locked in to Taylor Hall in the first. Everybody that sends in your first goal score predictions, and I know we encourage you to send them in on Twitter. We encourage you to send them in on our YouTube live stream comments. They all come with timestamps. So if you get it right, reply. Let us know you got it right. There's a good chance we'll have already read it, but we will be giving you your love, your flowers, your praise if you get it right, even if you're not an official contestant and you're not eligible for the prize from Apex Racing Lab. With that being said, regardless of who scores first for the Canes, I think it is, I don't want to say important that they score first. I think it's important that they bring the fight to the Panthers early on in this game.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. I mean, first goal score prediction is something that's fun for us to do. It's fun from the outside, lets you show if you know hockey or not. But the reality of it is this. If the Canes are scoring first, I think that's when their advantage as far as schedule, having the rest that the Panthers didn't have, becomes most pronounced. I think that's when their style as far as aggressive defending and bringing the fight to the Panthers becomes its most effective, right? People talk all the time about how good the Canes are at playing with a lead. That's not to say they never blow a lead, but it's just to say it is a daunting task if you get behind an early goal or if you get behind 2 goals to a team that just has two-way hockey players that are so good defensively in their forward group, and they have blue liners that are so accomplished, even with somebody like Jalen Chatfield out. So the story of tonight, I'm calling it get one, right? I don't believe in ignoring your history, okay? I always think it's kind of ridiculous when teams try to act like something that happened, oh, we don't think about that at all, or oh, it never happened. You do, right? Yeah. You can't help it, right? It's brought up often enough. You may not be actively like setting Google alerts for yourself, but it comes up, right? So when there's something as obvious as the Canes and Panthers played each other in the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago, and that series went the way it went, I don't agree with this is a completely different everything. It's not going to decide everything that you played. It's not the biggest story, but it happened. And I think winning game 1 goes a long way towards now those narratives aren't around. Right now, oh, you've lost 12 straight Eastern Conference games. Did the first 4 happen over a decade ago? Yeah. But that's what the Canes are dealing with as a franchise. You win game 1, those narratives go away, right? You win game 1, you're not going to get swept. And you know, as much as you don't want to talk about it, as much as it's not fun, it is part of this storyline and narrative that goes into this year. So tonight, the story, get a win.
Just get one.
Get one. Right? You're not going to win the series tonight.
No, you're not.
It would be awesome if you could. It would be awesome if, like, hey, if you win by 5 goals in game 1, it's a skunk rule. And
Yeah, right.
but it's actually not possible to win the series on game 1. But you know what is possible? You can defend your home ice for a night. You know what is possible? You can set the tone. You know what is possible? You can eliminate those narratives that we were talking about. So do that, right? Make that your priority. And if it doesn't happen, flush it and try to get on to the next one. It really is like I because I'm not on the team and because I'm not on the coaching staff, I can try to walk the fence. It's game 1. It's not the end-all be-all, right? We've talked about it with the decision to play Morrow over Nikishin.
Yeah.
If you play Morrow and it doesn't go as well as you want, you can come back in game 2 if Chatfield still can't play and go Nikishin, right? It's not an end-all be-all. I also think game 1 is really, really important. So I'm playing the fence here of, like, you know, whatever happens tonight doesn't decide the series, right? Play loose, and then also it might set the tone for the entire series and decide a whole bunch. Basically, what I'm getting at here is Canes and Panthers are 2 really good teams. You never know what play is going to decide the game, and you never know what game is going to, you know, when you look back on it, go, you know, it all changed on that. So don't leave any stone unturned, right? Scott Morrow, speaking of, after morning skate today, he said, I don't know if I'm going to play. I don't know if I'm going to be the decision, but if I do, I'm going to play my bleep off. I'm going to play my butt off. I want that from everyone, right? I don't know how it's going to go, but I know that effort isn't going to be the thing, right? I know that preparedness isn't going to be the thing that holds us back. And then once you get past all that, it's 2 really good hockey teams.
Yeah.
Once you get past that, as far as scheme, X's and O's, I think what the Panthers want to do is in a lot of ways similar to what the Canes want to do. They want to get pucks on net. They want to control the action. These are 2 of, I believe, the 3 teams that had the most shots registered in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a coincidence.
No, it's not.
First of all, it's a good brand of hockey. It's a good style to play, even if some might call it boring. It's a winning style. I don't think it's a coincidence that these 2 teams are here. So Freddie's going to have to be tough. I'll put my hand up on this one. Dennis, we haven't talked Freddie enough today.
We have not. Oh, it's kind of like one of those things. Like, you know what? Like, just let him be. He's doing his thing. Let him be.
I said this earlier today. I'm not a superstitious person. Something about Freddie makes me superstitious.
Yes, of course.
Things are going well. I don't want to push it. I don't want to pretend like, you know, there's something clicking or like, I don't know. He's playing really well this postseason. I want it to continue.
If there's one person that's going to benefit from the rest of having won in that series and against the Capitals in 5 games, it's him.
Mm-hmm.
4 days off between games, and then you have to go every other day. Bobrovsky's been every other day for a couple weeks now already, and he's got to just keep that going. Eventually, even Sergei Bobrovsky, as great as he is, that's just a lot of starts consecutively and on an every other day basis that can wear down a goaltender. This is where I hope, like you mentioned, Carolina jumps on him early and you force Florida to chase you. It only helps Freddie. That rest is going to be so vital. I hope it is.
In the interest of treating Freddie, like you said, like somebody's got a good game going and you almost don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about Bobrovsky.
Yeah, Clinton said Tim with the shush emoji.
I'm with it. Let's talk Bobrovsky, though.
Yeah.
We know there are a handful of goaltenders that I call it supernova. They can go supernova, right?
Oh, for sure.
They can happen.
We've seen it firsthand. And
Bobrovsky's one of them. With the Canes style, I think one of the most important things you can do is if he's having one of those starts, especially if the skaters in front of him are a little tired because they played a lot of hockey and Bobrovsky's saving them, don't get discouraged, right? The part of Canes' style is a billion shots, right? If he blocks the first million, you still got to get to 1 billion. You know what I mean? Keep firing away. Keep making it happen. If you keep making him make tough saves, if you keep making him make saves, the logic is eventually you'll find one that fools him. Or, heck, maybe you'll get lucky. He'll bounce off a skate. Just keep firing away. Like, again, it's Bobrovsky. We know. You want to give all respect where it's due. Keep firing.
A couple ways that you can score them. Obviously, screen them. More traffic in front. I mean, that's the way that they beat Logan Thompson, the Canes did back in Game 1 against the series against Washington. Game 1, that the Slavin shot, the game winner. Because Logan Thompson, as many shots as he stopped early in that series, he saw a lot of them. But once they started getting traffic, you saw the breakdowns.
Or even like Markstrom in the overtime clincher. He played great for the first overtime.
Yeah.
Hey, just keep not giving up a goal, keep firing away. Eventually, Aho found the winner.
But especially on the rush, like we saw, for example, just a couple nights ago against Toronto, and early in the third period, Max Domi, former Carolina Hurricane, on the rush, beats him 5-hole on a rush, which maybe he's not quite set because, again, he's kind of drifting back a little bit. That might be the time to see if you can get shots on net as well on the rush. If you have a clean shot, take it. Take the clean shot if you have one. Don't try and make something greater. Wait for something that's there, because then he can get set and anticipate. If you have a shot on the rush, take it, and then go hunt that puck down and get second and third chances. That's where Carolina is at their best, but they got to shoot on the rush against Bobrovsky.
That's another theme of first goal score predictions. Is there's a lot of predictions for off a rebound or a slap shot goes wide off the boards. Someone else tracks it down, gets it to the front with a center, and someone scores. Let's make some picks, shall we?
Okay. I want to know your thoughts, for the series. How many games? Who wins it?
I'm going full noob, right? I call this a noob pick.
Okay.
Canes in 6.
All right.
I think Canes in 6 is my most logical answer. If I want to be a little bit more of a trailblazer, I would love to see a 7-gamer. I want the Canes in a different way to rip the hearts out of the Panthers, based on the way the Panthers did that multiple times a couple years ago. I want full retribution, full payback.
Here's how I see the series going. Canes win tonight. Florida wins Game 2. Florida wins Game 3. Canes take Game 4, and they take Game 5. Game 6 in Florida. Florida takes it. Game 7 back here. Canes winning in Game 7.
So you think everybody's winning on, home ice means nothing in this series?
I mean, it will in that final game.
True.
It will in that final game. Each team's going to take one on the road.
All right.
Each team takes one on the road. I think we are through 4 games. We're 2-2 coming back here to Raleigh. And then it's home ice wins the rest of the way out, 5, 6, and 7.
I'll put it this way. Just as we now transition to picks, the goal scorer props are interesting here.
Yeah.
There is nobody on either team in today's game to score a goal that's less than plus 200. The numbers, the odds are telling me bettors, sports books believe goals are going to be at a premium today.
Yeah, over-under's 5.5, with the over 5.5 being plus money, plus 102 right now.
That's a lot of respect for the goaltenders.
Yep.
That's a lot of respect for the blue lines, and that's a lot of
it's just how these teams play.
Maybe understanding how these teams are playing, and maybe the fist fight nature that's going to be tonight.
I mean, these two teams playing each other, Florida and Carolina, it's Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. They are so similar with how they play. Yes, there are differences in their systems, but overall their mentality and their identity is the same. They both play man-on-man in the defensive zone. Carolina plays man-on-man across the entire ice, but Florida wants to get in the defensive zone. They go man-on-man, just like Carolina does.
Here's an interesting part of the goal scorer props. The Canes, I think one of their strengths is you never know who it's going to be, right? Goal scorers could come from anywhere. 3 of the top 4 with the shortest odd to score goals are Canes.
I like this.
So Jarvis plus 200, Aho plus 195, and Svech plus 215. The only Panther that's in that mix is Reinhardt at plus 210. So the Canes I usually see as the spread them out, anybody could score. This might even say that the Panthers are even more of that. So we really could see goals coming from some unusual places on both sides.
Look at the goalie props here. Over, under, Sergei Bobrovsky saves 26.5. The under actually has better odds at minus 105. Whereas Frederick Anderson, his save over, under is set at 23.5.
Looking at the game lines, money line, Canes are the favorite, minus 130. At minus 1.5, if you want to give the puck line, they're plus 200. Final score prediction, Dennis. It's the only thing we have left to do. Give us the breakdown.
3-2 Canes. Shane Gostisbehere makes it 1-0 on the power play in the first period. Florida gets the next two. Stankoven ties it up in the second period, and then it's Sebastian Aho with the game winner late in the third.
I think it's a fist fight. I mean, not literally, but it's that kind of brawl. Might be. I don't know. Kachuk really likes medicine balls. If you were listening earlier, you get that reference. I'm going 3-1. Canes. I think it's 2-1 with 2 Stanky goals.
Oh, okay.
Until we get an empty net Svech.
Which makes sense.
So it's 1-1 for a long time. With Stankoven being the first goal scorer. Stankoven breaks the tie, Mr. Game 1, and then we get empty net Svech with an empty netter to make it 3-1, and you'll hear the place erupt in applause at the Lenovo Center. I think it's going to be a really fun game. I think these two teams, as much as we hate the Panthers, I think they're really set up for a really entertaining series, a really entertaining game. And I think the Canes are raring to prove where they're different, where this year's team's vibe is different, what the new guys bring as far as youthful energy. And I'm looking forward to tonight's game.
It's going to be a fun one.
With that being said, we have Adam Gold coming up with Stormwatch. It's the postseason. By now you know. It's a full hour-long Stormwatch. Mike Maniscalco, Trip Tracy here on 99.9 The Fan will bring you the action. I want to remind you that you have this capability. You can mute your TV if you so choose and you want the Mike Maniscalco, Trip Tracy broadcast, and you can sync it up, smart speakers, streaming, all of those things. So I encourage you to do that. I do want to give a shout-out to all of the listeners that gave us first goal score predictions.
Yes.
I can't read all of them on air, which is, Walt Ruff said it earlier, like, hey, it's becoming a thing. I'm very much appreciative that you all are giving first goal score predictions. So what I can promise you is we won't be able to read them all on air, but if there's one that gets it right, go reply to that when it hits. We'll see the notifications. We will give you your flowers. We will praise you. Hopefully a whole bunch of you are right? Hopefully, actually, only one can be first goal score prediction, but hopefully all your goal scorers score. It is imperative that the Canes find a way to get past Bobrovsky and score a bunch of goals. Did you make you said 6 games? Oh, no, you just played 7 games. I'm going Canes in 6, but if I don't want to be a noob, you can tack one more on there and go Canes in 7. Graham, back in the studio. We haven't heard from you. We have less than a minute to go. We need a first goal scorer prediction and a score for tonight and a series prediction from Graham back in the studio.
Going off the wall, Jordan Martinook in the second period off the assist from William Carrier off of the deflection around the boards. He's going to break it up from Sergei Bravosky. And then I'm also going to go Canes in 6.
Canes in 6. There you go. What's the score for tonight?
Give me 2-1 Canes.
Oh, 2-1? Okay.
Pitcher's duel. Goalie duel.
I don't expect a lot of scoring in this one.
I don't either. Obviously, I went 3-1. That's going to do it for us here on the Plaza. Hopefully, we're back out here on Thursday. The only thing that would stop us is weather.
Should be good.
But we hope to be out here on Thursday. Should be fun. Game 1, Eastern Conference Finals.
Let's go.
Panthers. Let's go, Canes.
Hello, Scott Forbes, head baseball coach, University of North Carolina. When it comes to choosing a dealership, I stick with Wilkinson, Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Growing up in Sanford, I've been fortunate to be lifelong friends with Will Wilkinson. My family and I have been buying and having our vehicles serviced at Wilkinson for many, many years. Great service, competitive prices, and most importantly, a place you can trust. Go where I go. Go see my longtime friend Will Wilkinson at Wilkinson, Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, GMC.
Hear that? That's the sound of digital instants from the North Carolina Education Lottery. With instant wins, progressive jackpots, and bonus games right from your phone. It's non-stop chances to win like you've never seen or heard before.
Oh, yeah! Big money!
Visit nclottery.com to get in on the action. Must be 18 to play. See prize and odds charts at nclottery.com/digital-instants for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Struggling to get the sleep treatment you need? I'm Megan Giggling, General Manager of Parkway Sleep Health Centers. You shouldn't have to wait for better sleep. Our streamlined process provides for sleep studies, CPAP machines, and supplies, without the long delays you'll find at other sleep centers. At Parkway Sleep, we'll help you get good rest faster and with the care you deserve.
With over 20 years of experience, join countless satisfied customers who have discovered the Parkway Sleep difference. Visit us today at parkwaysleep.com. Parkway Sleep Health Centers. Sound sleep, sound health.
It's bow time. Yep, it's eating time again. Now you could unload groceries, chop, dice, mince, preheat, heat, slap around the smoke detector, and then celebrate with a big old pile of dishes. But if you're tired of cooking, or tired of sorta cooking, it's time to feed the whole family with Bojangles Fried Chicken Family Meal. With Bojangles' famous chicken, fixins,